Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第272天 right? It's day 272. We had a bit of a leap day yesterday. Was chatting it up with our person with pro call. It's the weekend. So we yapped about like 6 or 7 hours, which caused us to eclipse over our HanziHero's lesson day refresh. So we did the lessons from yesterday, but it's not until it's a fixed refresh day. So we don't have lessons today. Did half the reviews, which was yesterday's reviews, and then the reviews stacked. So now we're just gonna go into reviews. Yesterday was pretty good. I remember floating 2 characters that are in this stack that I'm gonna have to review because I don't think I've randomly became more enlightened all of a sudden. Alright, let's hop right in. I think everything else was pretty good for once, actually. It's been a while since we had a one where I didn't note anything. Okay, let's get into it. Alright. Oh, this is one of them. This would be the one. Does that look different now today? A bookshelf, dollhouse. Oh, maybe it's like an enclosure. Did I start using enclosure for this one? The right character would be the newer one, right? Huh. Nah, this is the one we floated. Heckin' yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, friendship. Maybe we can improve upon this. I don't know where to say. I got stuck on the words as a way to say thanks for friendship. Yeah, that's not strong enough. A bookshelf. Giving bookshelf as a way to say thank you. A materials, bookshelf, and dollhouse. Oh. Maybe cleaning some materials from a bookshelf. Make a dollhouse? That's kind of weird. And Yoshi with dollhouse? Kind of makes me think of Zeus a lot of times. Bookshelves have a lot of Zeus in it. I'll come back. Come back to this. So, friendly feeling, right? Okay. Okay. What the... What?
抱怨，
抱怨，
员工抱怨工资太低。
抱怨。Like yearn and embrace? Yen, 员工 workers, so 员工抱怨工资太低. Pay is too low. Alice embrace. I don't know how this works. Maybe we'll come back. Or leaf. Dang. They use leaf for that. Oops.
木屋。
Moo.
我们在森林里找到了一座木屋。
This is Qing. Oh, I know what this is. Qing Chen.
清晨。清晨空气新鲜。
Early morning.
壮。
Trump. You want to try to answer what you asked earlier? If there's anything special you do in your daily life that others don't? There isn't a lot actually when you think about it. It's just that you do stuff in different ways. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. The thing you do that most maybe don't do is remember to charge the wheelchair and other helping equipment. Gotcha, gotcha. And you always have a charged phone on your on you in case your wheelchair stops working. Oh, haven't heard about HanziHero, but it's just Wanikani for Chinese. More or less. And if you hear me mumble stuff, right? Like, or like say something out loud, generally speaking, that's what makes HanziHero different. So I can illustrate very quickly the difference between HanziHero and Wanikani, and it's more of a demonstration than a description. So for this, for example, what is similar you'll find is radical construction. So this is waitress, and this is bulldog or dog, right? Because this is Inu, right? Inu, and waitress is waitress. This isn't a, at the moment this is not a radical, because this is traditional stuff. However, in Chinese there's different ways to get to the read. Usually in Wanikani they would use a near rhyme, and then associate that near rhyme with an English word, and that English word would then form the context of, would be surrounded by context of the mnemonic, and oftentimes the mnemonic will then try to elicit like created an emotional response, right? Emotional response is what they're going for. And oftentimes obscurity is also a technique. So obscurity makes it pop out, and emotional responses create encoding things. These two things, emotional response is still in HanziHero, right? It's still in HanziHero. Obscurity, not so much. It's more like using popularize. And popularize is a difficult question because pop culture has changed since this person's generation. Kevin instead of Koichi, right? Koichi is the original person who wrote stuff until recently, or maybe more recently. Kevin is the writer of the content, and he has a brother, Phil, who is back-end, like a programmer, and they both program to some extent. Kevin is in Taiwan, as far as I know, and Phil is still in Florida. And they're both Floridian. So to give you a context of where this stuff is coming from. So the thing that they're doing differently is they're using initials and finals, a breakup with a tone quality to create a scaffold. So to illustrate what this means is that in order to know what this is, you don't use Wanikani's near rhyme context to do this. You construct the thing. So when I have a bulldog and a waitress, I also have George Costanza, which is illustrated by this George Costanza. 住. So this is George. And Costanza is George Costanza. This particular Costanza is from a show called Seinfeld. So I don't know if you're familiar with American things, but it's a primetime television show that has been long running. So Zhu is the first thing, and then Ang is the final, which is the chapel. And then we have where, so it's 4, it's in the bathroom. So the reason I know this is Zhang is because George was in the bathroom. George was in the bathroom of the chapel. You know, he's taking a break. He's taking a break from the church service. And he bumped into a waitress who was also attending the church service, who had an interesting shaped bulldog necklace as part of her attire. So this is either shape or attire. So how you get this is when you combine this, then you have Zhuang, and that's the read for this character. So that's something that Wanikani does not do. Wanikani does not use a scaffold in which, so every single read has a scaffold like this, and that's how you get the read. In Wanikani, you have to remember the near rhyme that they used, like soap for so, centaur for sen, you know, yo for yo-yo, that type of thing, like kyo for Kyoto. That so you remember separate things, things that are not structured. In HanziHero, you use structure. So that's the thing that is different from HanziHero, which cannot be seen. It has to be done in order, or like it's difficult to see how it works. It has to be done to demonstrate how it works. So that's kind of one of the things, and I'm doing that until it sticks, like Wanikani. Once it sticks, you can skip that, but if you forget something, you bootstrap through the mnemonic and improve it upon it yourself. And that's why I was asking myself earlier, oh, I forgot this, maybe I can improve upon it. So I would go back to the original mnemonic and I would tailor it to whenever I have a stopping point. I would tailor it to my own predilections, right? While still using whatever Wanikani and HanziHero does. So that's what I do for fun during these sessions. Yeah, so this is shape and form. The reason why I say it could be attire because Zhuang is also attire, but it's not that character. It's a different character. In Mandarin, homonyms are even more rapid. Yeah. You think you got most of it? You hope? No, you know, like if you're ever interested in Chinese, which by the way, that last Norwegian that I was speaking to, they were interested in Chinese as opposed to Japanese. So we kind of connected on the Chinese bit. Chinese is a very large, you know, spreading macro language as well. And there's no shortage of expansion of video games and mass media and consumption from China. So, and they are related. When I'm looking at this, obviously I made comments about Japanese because you can think of Japanese at the same time. These are traditional Chinese characters, which line up more with Japanese characters. The simplified Chinese that mainland China uses is noticeably a lot of the common characters are noticeably different from Japanese, but they are sufficiently overlapping that you can make connections between Japanese and Chinese, the Hanzi and the Kanji, right? Hence the staggering of Chinese and Japanese. As a personal share, my parents are Chinese. They are Fujian or Fujonese, and the dialect that I speak is from that region. That's the primary mother tongue that I speak with my parents. But Chinese dialects are not in a way conserved or taught formally. In most cases, they are exchanged orally and passed on orally. So despite learning to read Mandarin, which I'm a heritage speaker in the United States, I use English as a common language outside of the household, and Mandarin is the primary language if you're communicating with immigrants, right? Or multi-generational children, as opposed to using a dialect. However, one of the most common dialects are immigrants from Fujian in the United States, especially on the East Coast, where the East Coast of the United States, where I live. Fuzhou dialect gives away that you're aware that Japanese use a lot of kanji from Chinese. Personally, you haven't been too interested in the culture from China. That's fair enough. When we're talking about like Japanese use a lot of kanji from China, it like represents like 70 to 80% of the overlap. The difference to attract them is there are a couple like notable Japanese modifications, as in there are some that they're kind of not simplified or not traditional, and those are the Japanese modified ones, but they represent like less than 20%, and the rest is filled in with kana, right? And kana functions for the Japanese grammatical structure, which Chinese do not use. In fact, the stuff that people talk about in Japanese when they talk about like, oh, you know, quote unquote conjugation and the particles and whatnot, they don't exist and that stuff just simply is context in Chinese. So like, to be reductive, there are some things like it, but most of the time it's context. So like if you're talking about tenses, like past tense, present tense, and future tense, most of those tenses are context. There are like a few examples that there are somewhat of a tense, but in Chinese it's fully contextual. So you say the time of day to infer the context of past tense and future tense, like future, present, present perfect. You don't conjugate them into something else, like right, like kaimashou. Kaimashou would be let's, right? Kaimashou, and versus like kairu, right? Or kau. So you don't do any of that. It's even more context based. It does sound tricky, but hear me out. When you get comfortable with the language, like in English, right? Most of the words we use in English are context specific as well, over time. So when you get really comfortable, it gets to the point where it's like the growing pains with Japanese, because Japanese is also context based, right? Or more context based, as opposed to English being a descriptive language. When you get comfortable with it, you start doing that with English as well. And then when people are very comfortable with English, they start doing it with English. Like, for example, words like almost all, tricky, sounds, interested, a lot, aware. I'm looking at the words that you're using. Those are all context-based words. So they're very without, like, if you don't say anything after, it requires context. So like when you say I'm aware, what are you aware of? Most of them are context. So that's how Chinese functions a lot of times. So when you say something like, oh yeah, that's good. Wait, like as in good, bad good, like it's okay good, sufficient? What are you doing? So in the act of simplifying English, a lot of times English would have to explain it, right? But in Chinese, the nice thing is it kind of gets explained by your word choice. Which in English, the closest thing I can think about with that is using very precise words, like more specify words that remove the ambiguity, and that comes with not being colloquial. I think the more sophisticated the English gets, the closer it can feel like what Chinese is trying to achieve, which is instead of saying you're outstanding or like you're okay today, you can say you're content. If you're not content, you're satisfied. Or instead of saying I'm hopeful, you can say you're cautiously optimistic, right? So that's, but in English you say it with words, and in Chinese it's kind of contextualized in the context. So when someone says 我是 you know 我是美国人, right? If I just say I'm American, it would be kind of more common to say 现在我住现在我是美国人 but 但是我不住美国里 or something like that. Like what I would say is you would have to say something like, okay, well, I'm American, but I don't currently live in the United States, right? Like that's a way to contextualize saying you're American, but also you want enough context to say, well, it would be a little bit misleading if you assume I live in the United States or something like that. So you would stick, I kind of said it backwards in English, like I converted English. You would say I live in, I don't know, in like China, but I'm American, or I live in China and I'm American, that type of thing, because then you get more context. So a lot of times speaking is interesting in English. When details are omitted, you have to guess in English. The habit formation about Chinese is that you end up explaining a lot of those things in it. Like, 今天我迟到了. Basically, today I was late. So, because you said today and you said I'm late, it's got to be I was late, not I am late, right? Or like the feeling would be, they probably say they are late now, like had been late as opposed to late. 我迟到了, there's a way to kind of mark that, but it's so difficult to describe, but it ends up being very convenient. And the thing that I like to illustrate when it comes to English is imagine all your helping verbs just go away. And then also imagine all your prepositions go away, would you still be able to understand the English? You probably still will, because you understand the English enough. So like, for example, I am aware will still be there, but I am aware Japanese use kanji from use kanji Chinese. So if you wrote I'm aware Japanese use kanji Chinese, you probably get most of the idea from the English if you omit all your prepositions. So it's one of those funny things whenever you hear my parents try to speak English, they don't speak English, like they prefer not to, and they also don't learn English. If you omit when they speak English, they habitually omit the words that do not serve function for them in their mind for English. So, for example, it fascinating language how work. It fascinating language how language work, right? It fascinating how language work. That's good enough. There, and when you get used to it, it's like when my parents speak English, you can still understand them. Like you understand what their English is because you also speak the language that they are in. And in Japanese, it's very similar too. So when I'm learning Japanese, if you're translating, you can skip a step. You don't have to rearrange. You don't have to rearrange the English words because the English words already make sense too when you internalize the language. If languages are hard or not will be probably always depend what one are used to. Yes. And here's something though. Here's something that may not necessarily depend, but more like a one-way thing. When you spend a lot of time comparing and contrasting a mechanic that you're using, if you have more than one conflicting mechanic, it makes it a lot less difficult in general. It doesn't necessarily it's not one way. It doesn't become a dependent, like it doesn't get harder. It generally gets more dynamic. So when it gets more dynamic, it can use up more energy for sure. And I guess some people can see that as getting harder. But the thing is, curiosity creates this flexibility. Now, if you think that making more mistakes because you know more things, or taking longer to think about things because you're thinking about a lot more things as a feeling harder, then that's fair, right? Oftentimes increasing volume is often considered hard, right? Understanding English and using English in different ways because of learning a different language makes English more interesting. So it becomes easier in terms of how things are. Like, my emphasis is that learning things is when people think about hard and not hard. However, if you're constantly learning things, the wonderful thing about being human is you become accustomed to it. So talking about these things regularly makes it so that the hardest thing is not to learn something now, as opposed to learning something. Like doing something that doesn't require learning something is the hardest task that I have to do each day. Like sitting there not thinking about what you can do with something is difficult for me. It makes it unrewarding. It's something that I don't do very often. Like asking a hyperactive person to go and meditate. That's probably the hardest thing they will do. So the depending thing, I agree with you. However, some things some things tend to go in one direction and not the other direction. And one of them is learning a language. Learning a language, the fascination with learning a language can be applied to other things, like playing a video game. Each video game has a different language. The question is Do you see it as a language, or do you see it some way around? The brain tends to be lazy, but you believe you can train it to not be, for sure. The brain? Yes. 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 Well, the brain is still lazy when you train it to not be. So hear me out. Hear me out. If you're constantly learning, then the easy thing to do is the lazy thing. You hear me? Like, I don't know if you I'm trying to, I guess I'm trying to express how I feel about it. It is lazier to learn something when you're doing something, for me, because it's easier to do that. It's harder to do the things I don't tend to do, so the brain is always lazy despite training to do something that might be seen as productive. So like, it's easier to do the things you're trained at, for sure, and it's always lazy, and I totally agree with you. So one thing I can't do really well anymore is to laze around. Like, I can't, if you ask me to go on vacation and sit on the beach for like an hour, the first thing I would do is I would break out a journal. I would start brainstorming ideas while sitting on the beach. Right? Like, because the thing I want to do with my time is the laziest thing I can do. It's the most comforting thing to do, journaling. But what seems very difficult and possibly productive to someone else who doesn't journal, journaling is the lazy thing to do because it requires the least effort, which is really weird. But that's, yeah, our brain is weird. So I totally agree with your statement. I just wanted to add a little bit more to it, like from my perspective. So you do the things that you're most used to, no matter how productive it is, or no matter how objectively productive it is. Like, for example, some people like to go to work. They like building things despite how physically taxing it is, because they prefer to do that than sit at home doing nothing. That is the lazier thing to do. You don't have to think about it because you do it so often. So I wanted to even, like, that's like exaggerating even further. It is universal. It's a common, yeah, it's definitely, the brain is lazy. The things you learn that you've done very, very often are usually the things you trained yourself, and it's easier not to think about the stuff that you trained yourself to do. Like, you think about it less and less. And for me, learning things is the most engaging thing. So if I have the pleasure of your acquaintance for the next 3 or 4 years, it will look very different in the next 3 or 4 years. I will probably be doing something dramatically different. In fact, every year something is different about, and every 100 days or so something is different. There's also something every month, and then every 2 weeks. So I have this like staggered routine of 2-week things, monthly projects, yearly projects, or 100 like quarterly projects, and then monthly projects, and then we have 5-year plans, right? And that keeps me going. That's the thing that is most effortless. When someone asks me like, why don't you just like work on something for 5 years? why don't you just work on something for 5 years and call it a day, right? They're used to that. So you have to understand, right? A reflective person, right? You have to understand about what you do more often. So each day, if I challenged you to write down what you do in the day, ask yourself, what are those things, right? And then where can you adjust them or something like that? What are my projects right now? So today, this month is Inktober. It's October, and every single October since the last 4 years, I'm responsible for producing a piece of artwork in the time of day, within the time of day, within like the day of its cycle for every single day of the month before the end of October. So yesterday I yapped a lot with my buddy Procall from the UK. So we kind of had to leap over today. So I have 2 prompts to do today. I have 2 art prompts after this. And then the yearly project is Wanikani and HanziHero. So we do Wanikani and HanziHero every single day with one exception. I'm usually out of town once a year. It's a thing that I go to every single year as well. So that's already gone by. So every other day, and like outside of that, every single day we do Wanikani and HanziHero. And then in the 3rd slot is the monthly projects. So this month, I'm drawing. We're doing Inktober. So to give you an example of Inktober, I only draw during the month of, I generally only draw in the month of October. But this was so this was yesterday. This was 2 days ago. So this was 2 days ago. The prompt is heavy, and of course the inspiration is to use the character heavy, right? Omoi. Oh, not omo. Oso. So, am I being a butt? Omo. Yeah, omoi. So omo or zhong. Zhong. Zhong is heavy in Chinese. So this is the character that we chose, and there's a theme for this year. I usually apply more meta themes. I usually apply meta themes to most of the Inktober. But Inktober is something that started way before me. Basically, every day has a singular English word prompt, and it's heavy. But because I'm learning Japanese and Chinese, and I have other things that I like about artwork and whatnot, we incorporate them. So this year's theme is I need my subject, which I use the red panda as the subject most of the time. And we're using cards because Wanikani and HanziHero are SRS systems that are presented as flashcards, right? And then, so all of these are themed in this way. So to give you another example, which makes it fairly obvious now, like this was the prompt before that. This was the day 8 prompt, and the prompt was reckless. And I used chaos, rong, or ran in Japanese, and luen is in Chinese. So same subject, but now illustrating whatever that is, right? And then it keeps going. So far today we have to do yesterday's prompt, which is sweep, and today's prompt is sting, and I will be creating something for that. I think so far out of the 10 or 9 that I have done, it's improving. It takes a while to get back into the groove of things, but those are the last 2, so it's not too bad, right? Today I'm probably gonna do a black and white sketch instead. We experiment. The stuff in between all the stuff I'm also practicing and learning and trying to settle in on different styles and whatnot. It's a great way to flex the creative juices, right? So that's this month. On top of that, I play a live service game, the most recent live service game that started 3 months ago, and that's Persona 5 the Phantom X. So occasionally every 2 weeks there's an update. There's gonna be another update in 2 weeks in this month. So the third slot is the stuff that needs to get juggled. But yeah, Wanikani 207. Yeah, so I have used Wanikani for 279 days, and I have used HanziHero for 272 days. Yes, exactly 272 sessions. The days are the actual sessions that I have. Yeah, and that's pretty much a summary of that. 2026 is already planned with a bunch of things. Have a few plans going on for 2027. The thing I typically do is I also leave a 20% head space, or headroom for anything that comes up. So anything random, maybe I get solicited for something, or we chat for a very long time. So the third space is the most flexible space. That's why yesterday I skipped yesterday's prompt, and I'm just doubling up today, because if something else comes up, that's where it goes. The yearly project will be the most consistent thing. So yearly, Wanikani and HanziHero, current month, Inktober, yeah, drawing every day. And then you have Persona 5 gacha game, exactly. Yep. And it only takes up 2 of the sessions. So I need to be able to do 31 drawings while juggling those things. So that means that every time I skip a day, I have to make up a drawing. And then because of the way Wanikani's workload is, and then how Persona 5 works, I need to do a double drawing day, a couple, like 5 so more times before the end of the month in order to be on top of things. So by the end of October, we'll complete another 31 drawings. And this will be the 4th year that I'm doing Inktober. So I have 4 other years, right? Like previous years, I can give you like a interesting example of previous years. Previous years had different themes. Last year was incorporating something Chinese and Japanese at the same time. So like, for example, Chinese and Japanese. This one was the prompt. Oh, I didn't write the prompt back then, huh? On here. The prompt is camp. So there's a camp right here. And there's a unifying theme between Japanese and Chinese depictions. So I pick one from each. So Godzilla, and these are demons. These are the doggo demons that you might see on, or guardian demons and stuff on temples. So these are the 2 giant monster things. Kaiju, right? Kaiju, and then camp, right? So last year, everything was about incorporating both a Chinese and Japanese thing together. And there are a lot of parallelisms with Chinese and Japanese things. So kind of like this is one of the earlier ones. I thought this one's pretty cute. We have the different snacks, iconic snacks from both. You know, you have your dongles and your Tien something. Oh no. What are these called? I wish I remembered, but I'm drawing a blank now. It'll come back to me. I think these are mulberries or something. Don't quote me on that. Tang Tanghulu. Oh, Tanghulu. Yeah, Tanghulu. They're just canned sugar coated fruits. Not good with food stuff. You have no idea. Yeah. Um, I this is a type of berry, I think, or it's supposed to be a type of berry, and it's usually coated. It's kind of like candy apples in the United States, to some extent, but much smaller. So yeah, uh, there are some, the first couple years we had like, I think a personal favorite of mine is probably which you probably can tell where the inspiration. The year before that, we did references. So this was during the time of Shin Godzilla movie. So I watched Shin Godzilla, and it was inspired off the movie poster. Where and how do I learn to draw? I do. So where and how did I learn? I simply did it. So I look at things and I did it. That's about it. How do I learn these things? I observe. Yeah. So we just observe. We look at something and I'm like, okay, I think I can understand how to work this. So you take your creative stuff, right? This is removed from one of the days. So I just thought it was interesting. It's like, hey, why not? Let's just do it this way. So that's how I learn things. I observe. Some might call it immersion, but it's not really immersion because art is weird like that. I don't consider it as immersion. You observe something, you observe the details, and then you try to reproduce it, right? For how may I ask, since you play CS:GO, right? But you have a muscular condition. Are your hands good? Like, your hands are really solid, right? You can do this too, right? Like, give it a go. Maybe you can doodle some stuff. My first ones like were really like, here's my first Inktober prompt. Pretty long ago. This was 2021. And my first things that I drew, someone literally told me this. I usually use this as a fun icebreaker for learning things. When I drew emotes, right? Because of Twitch, you have to get emotes. And so the first thing I actually drew digitally outside of high school, which was 20 years ago. High school was 20 years ago. Besides high school, I didn't draw anything. Okay, so now 4 years ago, I started drawing, and I drew like an emote. I don't know where it is. I should really put it in like a folder so I can showcase where it is. Someone said, hey, you know what? That's cool. That's a nice MS Paint image you have for emote. And it really did look like MS Paint because everything was flat, right? Like, so it was that was the starting point. But nowadays, this was the first image I did for Inktober. This is my very first Inktober image, and the prompt was crystals. Your hands are somewhat okay. You can lift around 2K with each hand. Okay, the nice thing, but your coordination is good, right? Your hand coordination is fine. Like, if your hand actually steady hands, that's a little bit overrated actually. It's fine enough. You can try like pulling up. So most of this is using a free program called Krita. And if you can pick up a pen, these pen tablets, I don't have like a touchscreen fancy one. I have a pen tablet like this. And that's what I was using to write, right? Something very simple. It's like 20 bucks USD. I don't know how much it is in Norwegian, but it's a Wacom. Wacoms are international products. This stuff, start dueling with on your computer. Like, it's a great way for expression, right? I do a lot of things for expression. I feel people underestimate how interesting needing to express themselves can be to breathe life into whatever we're looking at, right? So since I started drawing, I look at anime differently, right? I look at animation differently. I look at live action differently. But I don't think it's as different as other people would do it. For the longest time, I wanted to look at art. So I watched a lot of anime because of art and music and whatnot. I was a musician. I don't want to say I'm currently a musician because I haven't produced music in some time now. But that might be something too, to produce music again. However, I spent most of my life in science and education. So despite having all like the doing these creative things, most of the time I spend with subjective and objective thought. Like problem solving is most of the things. So learning, problem solving, and critical thinking, those are the things I do most of the time. This month just happens coincidentally be the month that I'm drawing something. I do not. I worked in science. Yeah, I do not anymore. It's been 7 years or so. 7 or 8 years since I've worked in science. I talked about a lot of that yesterday. Actually, I brought it up a lot. I use my prior experiences as an antidote for people. Working in science focuses on specific skills that aren't dependent on the science itself. And those are the skills that I like science for. How many years am I? Like my age or the science? I'm 38. So yeah, it's exactly 20 years since I was in high school. The last years of high school. I'm currently 38. I completed my PhD in molecular biology, yeah, roughly 7 years ago. And then COVID happened. It's an interesting timing. The background that I had was actually in RNA viruses. So of all things, COVID just happens to be an RNA virus. But I worked with retroviruses, not necessarily all RNA viruses. So COVID was not something I knew about a lot. All right. I look younger. It's a special glamour filter that I have on a really old C920 that makes it work. You know, it takes off like 10 years. You know what I mean? Secretly, I kind of look 67, but you'll never know. Special technology. I'm kidding, obviously. Oftentimes, what I have to say this is youth, the perception of youth, complexion, and whatnot. Typically, one underestimates one's age when the person looks different from the other person, and I imagine then that would mean that there's a chance the Asians or the Asian complexions you see are probably usually a little bit younger than maybe your neighbors. At least that's my running theory about it. Because it's difficult to have a relative point of view if your body does not occupy. Like, I think other people are much younger than they are. Like, if I saw you, I probably think you're much younger than you look. Or you look a lot younger than you are. Sorry, the other way around. You look a lot younger than you are, because I probably don't spend a lot of time looking at the different Norwegians next to each other. But there are other things that give it away as well. Asians statistically do not have a lot of facial hair, and sometimes facial hair is also associated with age, right? And then I'm not that great with like sun protection with my face, so I do have like obviously evidence of being 30. So that's a I'm probably one of the ones that look a little bit on the older side. But the reason I bring that up is at least Chinese and Japanese, maybe even Korean, they're allergic to sunlight. That's one of the aging factors. So, and I'm joking about the allergic to sunlight, but they behave as though they're allergic to sunlight. And one of the benefits or the consequences of being allergic to sunlight is that aging on the skin is remarkably dampened or mitigated. I know I brought up sunlight and I'm talking to a Norwegian. To me, I think most Norwegians look younger. Younger than they are, largely because inherently probably less sun exposure too. I don't know how much you like the sun. Are you a sun person? I'm not the biggest sun person, but probably more than a lot of other people. I run every day. So I run in the morning. There's like 5 minutes to 10 minutes of sun exposure every single day. So that can make me look a little bit more wise and aged. So hear me out. So your hand coordination is good and you play CS, which is great. I was gonna bring this up, but drawing is fantastic. If you're wondering, okay, but I made a comment earlier about steady hands, right? Like there's often this like talk about, oh yeah, you have to like artists are great because they have super steady hands and stuff. I'm not an artist, but other artists, right? Steady hands are super cool, but if you look at some of this stuff, like when I'm drawing this, I literally deliberately do not keep my hands steady. So when you're like drawing these lines, there are things in nature and there are things that you see and stuff that can create form as long as there's direction. So one of the things that I've often come to appreciate doing art is that yes, you have certain mediums where like, oh yeah, look at those super awesome lines, right? Like manga, right? If you like anime, you might have looked at manga. There's like super sharp lines, like very long line. That's great too. But there are other ways to express things on a canvas, where in nature, lines are shaky. Like they have waves. And it's really fun. Like despite you could say like, oh yeah, well, if your hand-eye coordination, I'm not saying if it's bad or good for you how you're depicting it, but when I think of what I can do, there are ways creatively to make you appreciate what you have, right? I know that's a silver lining, but if your hands are whatever your hands are now, there's ways to complement it in a creative way. So being able to express that on a canvas is fantastic. You talk up and you own up to your things, right? To the things you have. I am very much a person who prefer to make lemonade with lemons and make things work. So my artwork is not saying like, oh, here's the best thing I've ever done. It is like the perfection of things. It's good enough to show to people. Most of the time is I'm doing this because I can, and over time, no matter how janky it is, I can tell you the story about it. It's the human experience. Why did I draw it this way? Why is there some random line that's all jiggly everywhere? It's because I did intentionally do that. It's actually a lot quicker to draw jiggly lines than straight lines. In fact, I went back. You can see these lines here. Like I don't know if you can, but I deliberately went back to make the lines noisy in very specific places. Like I deliberately make noise in certain places to accent certain things. So while it can be discouraging, like whenever I ask someone, did you ever consider drawing something, they would say, oh yeah, but it's gonna look like garbage because I can't replicate hyper realistic things, right? And then the other most common example would be, I'm not very creative. That's probably the most common thing. 9 out of 10 times someone will say I'm not very creative, or they don't have the precision to be good enough to do something that will satisfy them. And that's usually what I mean by the mentality that I have, that I can't empathize with someone else. The idea is you are what you are, and you can always do something with it, and that makes you creative. And that creativity, it can be seen as objective to other people, but it can elevate your appreciation for what you have, so that life doesn't feel like full of what ifs and not good enoughs or not sufficient, but more like I want to do it because I can. To things. You mostly stay indoors and average maybe 8 minutes outdoors. Yeah, we empathize on that. Average 8 minutes outdoors too, more or less. And when I'm outdoors, I'm running most of the time. You don't see yourself as a very creative person. Only 2 things you can think of where you're creative is how to do daily stuff with the restrictions your body has. That's exactly what I mean. Drawing is another way. Language is another way. Music is another way. Art is another way. And for me, obviously, I'm not sure if other people think of art as, can I sell art? Can I make a living out of art? For me, the stuff that you saw when you asked me how I learned how to draw, I didn't learn to draw like for a very specific reason. I learned to do with what I had, what I could do, and then that's what it became. So I start doing it. I started drawing a circle. Like I started drawing whatever came to my head, and now that's what it looks like. Now that's what my art looks like. That's what I'm capable of. So the idea is I was restricted. So with each restriction, I try to do something more with that restriction, as in like make it use the restriction in a way to create a creative way of doing it. So HanziHero and Wanikani are very similar. While I am using Wanikani and HanziHero, in the 200 plus days that I've used them, it's not the way other people use them. And other people who are creative at solving what they have, their restrictions, like their memory is one of the restrictions of learning kanji and hanzi. So if those people are creative, then they know what I mean. We do not have to be creative in the same way. So I feel like, to be really honest with you, if I wanted to project what I think why do people feel they're not very creative, is because the internet makes you compare your extent of creativity with another person. But the thing is, the thing you just said where you're creative at solving how to do daily stuff with your restriction, that is something entirely yours. So it's incomprehensibly incomparable. Your circumstances are what makes you creative. So when you draw to express your circumstances, it's irreplaceable. You cannot, like, to say you're not very creative is you're thinking of someone who is creative, or you're comparing it to, you have a point of comparison, but those people are incomparable to you. And the longer you live, the less comparable you are. That's what ends up, in my opinion, defining what a artist, a musician, a communicator, a teacher are. You are creative because you have decided, well, let's just do our best and let's just do and see where it goes. The other thing is creative plays in CS. I see. Fair enough. Fair enough. You could also play CS creatively. I don't know if you can get banned for that or get like reported for that, but I do see other people who like want to play games creatively. You know what I mean? That can be construed, especially I can think about it in the CS context. That could be seen as trolling, but I've seen people who like, all right, well, we're just only gonna get kills this way, and if they enter a match, I don't know how it interacts with other people on your team. I remember back in the day of League of Legends, I used to play League of Legends too, for like 4 or 5 years competitively. I watched a streamer, Sarchez was his name, and he only played Nasus. That's like a creative way to play something, right? He had a restriction, and the restriction is he was only interested in Nasus, right? So how do you make that creative? He did it. Yeah, if you're not all of your teammates is on board with doing something weird stuff, it would be seen as trolling. Yeah, but hear me out. For the form of expression and celebration, those individuals who took their restriction, another restriction that I feel when you talk to someone that is rarely considered is your likes and dislikes. Those are restrictions. So sometimes I take my restriction of my dislike and I challenge myself to like it. So how do I get creative in making a thing I dislike, maybe even a thing I dislike that I have to do, creatively interesting and like it, right? So these days, I rarely have something that I dislike because over time and time again, when I find something I dislike, it's fun to figure out if I can find interest and like something about it in which it no longer be a dislike. That's kind of part of self-reflection as well. So many restrictions also deal with your inherent intrinsic dislike for something, like disliking talking. That's a very common one. Whenever I meet a stranger online, I don't meet a lot of strangers, by the way. This content is not engaging. Like, what I mean is it's not in vogue, it's not trendy. When someone comes by, the first thing they'll say is they don't like talking, right? Or their communication skills are lacking because they don't use communication skills most of the time, right? That is a restriction. So my challenge most of the time is, how do I get the person to think that they're creative enough, not creative in the sense of a absolute scale with everyone else, but they're creative enough to do things, like willing to talk about themselves and ultimately indirectly improve their communication skills and their form of expression, right? And that's what I do every day. That is why I stream. So one of the top 3 reasons why I stream is not to learn language. Well, yeah, it's secondary. Learning a language is a platform to use to pre-select for people who may be interested in using a language. But one way when you learn a language is to be able to communicate. But communication skills don't overlap necessarily completely with the components of learning the language context itself. It involves speaking and communicating with another human being. Those skills are related to the language itself, but they're not entirely encompassing. So that is my platform that I have been using for most of the time. I used to use video games exclusively to do that because video games, most of the time, video games is used as a substitute for the creative restriction of having to talk to someone. Like, for example, in modern video games, many of the features that are convenient removes the necessity to communicate. And what I mean by communicate, I'm not necessarily talking about pinging things on a map. That's great. That's one step to bridge something, emoting. But then there's comms, right? And then there's more than comms. There's the outside of comms. But a video game is a platform that already pre-selects for a common interest. That removes the communication skills needed to establish an interest. So when you're talking to a stranger, how do you break the ice when there's no pre-selection? And that's where social anxiety thrives. The continuous deterioration of communication skills. And no, I don't think any of those people who think they're introverted, antisocial, have anxiety disorders are incapable of being effective communicators. In fact, I'm not even entirely sure if this is a symptom of the convenience of technology or they inherently do have that. Because the last time I checked, when you force them to defend themselves and talk about the things as though their life depended on it, they are able to express those things, but only when prompted. So the question is, what is the challenge on their restrictions? That's kind of my thought about that. You're not much of a talker yourself, but in this format where you can type and watch and listen to the other person, you find it much easier? Yeah. Because all the other ones are, the format is the most familiar format you have, right? However, I can tell you now, what you described was someone that was much younger than myself, my younger self. So oftentimes I use anecdotes from my teenager self. In fact, I don't say anything during the day when I was a teenager. I don't even participate in class things. I'm not the person who would, sometimes I literally had a friend that forgot I existed. Like we were like best friends for 1 year, and then the next year he got caught up in other social things, and then 4 years later he reminisced and reflected upon how I just randomly disappeared. So all these things do happen. Not that one of the things is to understand where the restrictions are coming from. Being restricted to a format of communication requires some creativity to break out from that, right? And for me, the challenge is, how do I make this stuff interesting? Well, it's not right now, and I'm still working on it, right? As you can see, the conversation is between 1-to-1. Scaling this type of format is an interesting creative challenge. I've yet to find something that works really well so far, but the thing is, working well to me is me comparing with other people. However, for myself, is sufficiently satisfying. So whatever I'm doing now, I can see myself doing for a lifetime. But why stop there? Let's be a little creative every year, or every month, every few weeks. And that's what we're doing. So my schedule looked very different 7 years ago, obviously. 7 years ago, I would take a daily driver, like your typical someone who's the social norm for Twitch, like streaming content, is to have a daily driver as opposed to variety, right? A daily driver, and not a meta driver either. So it can't be meta to what's being shown on screen, which is like, my meta is that I focus on communication skills and problem solving skills and the learning process. But it's meta to what's on the screen because the first assumption a Twitch person, a viewer, would think is this person likes to learn Chinese. Like, well, I use Chinese as a way to be creative about learning and to talk about learning. So, sorry, clickbait. Well, I don't have a clickbait. The title just says I've been doing this for a certain amount of time. That's why I don't have any title description. The description is problem solving with strangers. I've often wondered what happens if I rename my channel and titles of my videos like and yet another day trying to cleverly, sneakily get people to be excited about their lives, and that the restrictions become the very identifier that elevates their game, right? If you have restrictions, explain it to someone. Tell someone about your restrictions. Describe it in great detail. And when you do, you become more interested in your restrictions. At least in my opinion, you're likely more interested in your restrictions. The person you're telling to will also become more interested in your restrictions. They bring the details in front. And I feel like intuitively it will give you the motivation to be like, you know what? I think people should know about this stuff. And then how I creatively solve these problems. And that to me is the essence of one of the wholesome content creators. Individuals who say, hey, you know, I don't have a leg. Here's what I would do. And then here's what I'm doing now. You can follow along if you want. And that's what I love about those types of content creators. Those are like the majority of my content creators that I watch. Individuals who have restrictions, adversity, and problems they have to solve. And while they're solving those problems, they're also sharing their thought process in solving those problems. Or elevating their game, despite not having any problems. If you don't have any problems, you make new problems or you make new restrictions. What does the 2537 in the title mean? That is 2,537 since my very first stream on Twitch. The very first post. So it's been 2,537 days since the very, very first video. Very first live stream. I have like evidence of journaling pretty much in different places to keep myself. It's usually for the more daily streams aside from the one out. No, not daily streams. Not daily streams. They're on and off. It's 2,537 days from the day I first streamed. Actually, there were times where I streamed twice a day, or 3 times a day, or 13 or 14 hours a day. So it's very difficult to even know how that works. But I can tell you that if we wanted to do like a statistical average, 7 hours a day, 7 to 8 hours a day is usually the average across, like, even despite all the downtime, like different downtimes, it's 7 to 8 hours a day since then. Largely because I don't work. I don't have like obligations. I don't work a day job right now. It's by choice, by the way. I don't, to clarify, I don't have a disability or anything like that. I just happen to be a very high functioning person who functions pretty well, all things considered. Yeah, you were gonna ask me how long I usually stream. That's usually the next question. Yeah. So I can get ahead of some of the questions. And then a lot of times it would lead into whether I have a day job or not. Like, what do you do? And then sometimes they would ask, well, how you finance? I'm gonna usually respond with, I have passive income. I've worked really hard. I was very frugal the first like 30 years of my life, technically 16 and on. So those 16 years, I worked very hard. And if you're wondering, oh, that's great and stuff, it's like I burned out. As hard as most content creators burned out. Like, I was married to the job, and then you might be, and then the next question that will probably be asked is like, so what are the consequences? You might be curious about what are the consequences of that. Well, I live alone, like I'm alone. I am with my parents at the time. They are senior citizens, so I take care of other things because of English barriers. So we talk about bills, taxes, and that type of thing. But I don't have a significant other. And I do like the prospect of being a parent someday. And yeah, in terms of finances, I'm financially secure in a manner that if I need to get a job, I'll go get a job. That's so in no way do I want people to think that I'm doing this because I hope to make money from it, or you're taking time away from me, like you should be feeling like I deserve something. That's usually for people that grew up in a different type of lifestyle. For myself, if I need to do something, I remove the restriction, or I use the restriction to get what I want. So that's probably a great way to answer a lot of other things. Like, for example, people do ask me this quite a bit. It's like, what is the best thing, or what is your favorite thing in X context? And the quickest speed run way, like the TLDR thing, is what I'm doing now. Because the things that I'm doing currently usually tries to take everything into consideration. As much of myself is in the current thing I'm doing now. I don't want to forget and look back and think that my time was wasted. Generally, all those things come with me. So if you want to talk about video games, I'll still bring all the video games that I play, despite not playing video games at the moment. It's the exercise that I try every day. So you got my best, you got my favorite in the very moment we're doing it. There's another disclaimer that I talk about a lot. Remember that I am a stranger online, and when a stranger online presents themselves through the frame, they present themselves at a very specific part in their routine and their daily life. So I often then tell people what I do off stream, because they will probably ask, like, what else do you do outside of streaming, outside of work, right? Since I don't work. Off stream, I watch anime, right? I watch TV shows. I lounge out because I'm not this active when I'm not streaming. I want to give people the honest opinion that it is also true for most content creators, despite them not disclosing it. Humans are still humans. So, yes, I do eat a lot, like most of the time, and I also crash. I have manic disorders, or like manic thoughts that I manage each day. I do understand what it's like to have compulsive that the you eat question mark with the exclamation. That's the joke. I love that joke whenever I say, oh yeah, I do eat, by the way, because it's worth saying, and it's worth reminding ourselves, because when someone a lot of times we do lose track of online. The parts you don't see online are the parts that you might not weigh in anymore. Like, so when you mentioned food, I was like, I talk about food a lot, but you're not going to see me eat anything or share anything about the food literally. But we can talk about food all the time, because I do think about food all the time when I'm not doing this, right? And what I mean by all the time is whatever time is allotted for those things. And yes, I do have compulsions that I manage every evening. And I prepare myself for online. So my online person is me, but it's part of me. I feel spending a lot of time online, that is often forgotten. So when you think about comparing yourself, right? Comparing yourself to like that creative genius that is viral right now. Keep in mind, the content that they're presenting is when they are doing that. But there are other things that are not presented. And I like to give that a good shake when I talk to people. When someone says hello, you got to tell me a little bit more about yourself, because hello is what you're presenting as your online figurehead. And I feel that people who don't try to express themselves, statistically, so far, anecdotally, are more likely to say all the following things. I'm not creative. I prefer to talk in this format. I don't see myself communicating in the format that you're going to talk about. You usually have some comparisons with some vicarious standard that does not take into account your own circumstances, right? Lots of focuses on restriction, many restrictions, and questioning. Reciprocating questioning is very unlikely. Though these are the things that are important to me. Obviously, there are other patterns, but I like knowing and understanding these through experiences, so then I can get ahead of it and I can also work on it. How can I answer the next person's question that will be the same question, but how can I answer it differently, right? So the restriction that I would have in terms of conversation is I'm the streamer, right? So naturally the expectation is I would get the same questions a lot of times if I'm consistent. I would get different questions if I'm not consistent. So I am consistent at the moment. I get ready and I prepare every single time. Something new, my to eat and I eat delivery will happen somewhere else, some in a different context. But the idea is every day it's fun to practice. And when one practice enough, practicing almost seems like something your A game, right? If you practice all the time, then practice no longer is a form of practice to other people. So in terms of communication, the thing that I do now is something I wasn't able to do before. And that's cool. Like drawing is the same thing. How did I learn how to draw? I did it. And we do it. Does it apply to everything? Again, the question I asked you earlier, right? Is there something you choose to be creative about and constructively solving? I understand that the thing that you're creative in is the thing you have to do, the thing that you're that's in front of you that you can't ignore. I would love to encourage other people to balance between having something they choose to do as well as doing all the creative work that they have to do. And that to me tells me that someone is incredibly healthy and like curious. I think the whole like not being creative in life or not very interesting, saying that one's life is not very interesting, I think with a balance of having something you choose to be creative about, and then with the stuff that you have to be creative about because you have to, that's when life becomes very interesting. At least it's one of the intuitive natures about understanding the human condition. So my life, I kid you not, I said the same thing. I worked in science, and most people would say something like, oh, that must be interesting, you must be doing a lot of things. And the first comment I would make is, it's not very interesting. Like every day you go to the lab and you stare at you read articles and you stare at your experiment, and you hope that after 1 month's period you get some results, but you get negative results and you repeat the thing again. And like when you blink, 5 or 7 years go by and you might be able to publish like a result that's not that great. That's how I would sound 20 years ago. I no longer sound like that, obviously. However, I feel most people sound like that in their 20s. Obviously, like we have a age gap, right? There's life experiences that are involved. I do have a few acquaintances who are much older, like in their middle ages, where they still feel like that. And to me, one of the natural aging processes that allow one to find closure in their life as they go older and older is trying to become what I feel like other people should try to have, which is something that you can choose to do despite all your restrictions. And then because you do that, everything you have to do to be creative is also, it benefits from it. So if I do go back to work, I will journal. I will speak in different languages. I will use my communication skills that I've practiced online to be a better teacher to younger people. Most of these skills that I choose to do have been creatively related to the things I may or may not have to do in the future. And I think that is why I love talking to people about their lives. Because if you ask them about their lives and you ask them, well, you say your life sucks. Tell me about it. Like not tell me about it in the dismissive way, but tell me about the details. Give me the details. I want to be interested, because if you can tell me all the things that suck about your life in great detail, it also means that you might find someone who is interested in sharing the experience with you, or you have clarity, you gain clarity by needing to explain something. So oftentimes it's not a surprise that when I was growing up, I was more of a listener, right? I'm that guy that sits there, and anyone who has a problem, I'm attracted to people with problems. Like, not that I'm saying those people are bad or anything like that. I gravitate towards individuals who refuses or like tries not to talk about their problems in not like a self-pitying way, but more like I can deal with it way. Like, okay, I don't want to burden you with my problems. That's very Asian. That's like the face culture situation too. Like, I don't want to talk about my problems with you. Like, you don't need to hear these problems. I got these handled. I'm good. Stoicism, right? Japanese, Chinese, I got you. But now we live in also another society where, well, you don't have to, it's not a form of weakness. You're just telling me what you're dealing with, right? How do you deal with it? In my opinion, it elevates your position. If you say your life sucks and you tell me accurately how your life sucks, and you're like, but I'm good, I'm chill, it's like, that's awesome. But the act of explaining that to me means that there's a chance you found clarity in making it even better. So oftentimes I spend most of these days, at least the last 7 years, asking people questions, and they just tell me about their things, right? Over time, aight, all right, good turns into, hey, my day had this thing happen, and I'm curious what I can do about it. And then it turns into, hey, do you think this is a great idea? I feel like I have these details. What are your thoughts about these details? So it became from reserve, disinterested in one's own life, unable to express it to me, to they can express it to me, but they have not integrated those things, to now we exchange ideas and discuss those ideas, because now you're more willing to choose to want to take other people's ideas, integrate it into your own, and then you have so much clarity that whenever someone asks you, how was your day? It's like, where do you want me to start? And then when I'm done explaining my day, since you asked, I want to know what your day is like. Because if we're going to share this moment, we might as well make it both our moments, right? Then we can relate, we can elevate something, and if this is the only conversation we'll ever have, it will be more than a hello, goodbye, or a hello, I'm invisible, right? That type of thing. At least that's the intent. Work in progress, obviously, work in progress. It will probably look a little bit different 3 to 4 years from now. Maybe I can integrate some technology into this. Like, hey, new chatter. Hey, hold on. Let me initiate some scripts, and then fill those scripts out while we talk and whatnot, and then we'll get going, right? I'm thinking of like scalability problems. So one downside to what I'm describing is I have a scalability problem, and I'm working on a creative solution to make this a normal thing. I genuinely believe that if content creation goes a different direction where the quality of the interaction is what's being focused on, there are the scalability problem of how many content creators with how many like financial support for that becomes equivocated. Because right now you have like a viral person, there's no logistical way that this person can form a actual social connection with 1 million people. But that's because also financially that and structurally, societally does not support having quality relationships, both professionally and publicly and privately, and versus quantity, right? So my thought is, hey, if more people are interested in the quality of relationships, parasocial relationships would not deteriorate. Parasocial relationships are what creates, in my opinion, the idea of I prefer to type, watch, and listen to other people. Sometimes just watch other people and listen, but never express yourself. So then it becomes, in my opinion, progressively harder and harder to want to express yourself. If you don't express yourself and have the need or urgency to express yourself, there's no reason to know about the details of your life anymore. Like you sit there and it's like, well, I don't have to explain any of this stuff, so I might as well not. And therefore you don't think about it anymore. So whenever I ask a question, it's a great way to gauge how long it's been, roughly speaking, that the person has started paying attention to their own lives. And that's kind of that's the open secret. It's a secret between you and me. All right. My goal, the secret, the cat's out of the bag. That is my secret. Like motivation for streaming. Man, you're glad you decided to send a chat message here. You took a chance. I like it. I'm listening to what I'm talking about. That is what I talk about. Yesterday we spent 7 or 8 hours talking about how AI is related to what I was talking about. Although we do have to keep in task, and I keep on task, but we gotta at least do one prompt today. Yeah, and you're more than welcome. I also, again, if I haven't said this already, it was a privilege to have your presence. I'm excited. I'm very privileged and grateful to have your decision to take a chance at sending a message, and then also sharing and following up. If you're wondering what it looks like or how it plays out, most of the time is someone will say hi. I'll say, hi, how was your day? Are you interested in language learning? Gone. Like the person's already gone. I'm not even sure if the person heard me say hi back. So that's 80 to 90% of the interactions that I have. Or someone will type something like a meme or something like, okay, and then gone. I'm like, okay, so what's okay? Gone. The person's already gone. I'm not saying that it upsets me, right? It certainly doesn't upset me. The thing is, I have to understand why that's happening. And if I can understand how and why that's happening, we can start being creative about it. So the next time someone says, okay, I can prepare something. Maybe I can catch them. The next time someone says hi and doesn't want to talk about something, let's try a different strategy. And after 7 years, this is what I came up with. So, maybe another 4 years we'll start doing some like interactive stuff or some on-screen corner things for those people who are very shy or need something to remind themselves. That's just how it goes, you guess. Probably people just surfing, clicking through. Yeah, you don't know why they would say hi and leave immediately though. I have a few ideas. However, I don't think they're sufficient enough because I don't have enough information. But hear me out. Nowadays, social media is pretty bang on. So when you say hi, I can at least click on your name. And actually, technology has helped me a little bit more where I can actually see the people who are there and I can actually click on their name. So if there's information there, I would immediately know about it. And no, it wouldn't be used against you. It would be the first thing I would talk to you about. Like the last time I did this was when someone said they do arts. And I'm like, not the most recent, but a little bit back, someone said they do art. And I'm like, oh, that's very nice. Can you tell me a little bit about your art? But they were very apprehensive. They didn't talk about their art. I clicked on their name and I saw their art. And then I just talk about it. You mean like the viewer tab, list of people watching? Like that and more. And more. Like looking at their channel, have a pop-up with their channel, some of their stats and stuff. If they're not going to tell me anything about themselves, I want to at least put in some effort in understanding if they do express themselves. So it's pretty fun to find or be surprised by what their pages look like. And no, it's not a competition. It's more like, what can I do to get them to say something? To know that, nah, you're not just hi to me. You're somebody to me. And you can only be somebody more if you're able to communicate, which is through expression, right? So, to me, I'm trying to, in my opinion, make people feel not overwhelmed by the internet. The internet makes you always think of millions of people competing for the same thing. Being present in your life, in your moment, means that you have to think of you interacting with another person. So whenever someone says hi, finding a way to have higher success to engage the passerby viewer, yes, sort of. Yes. The retention part is probably not the more important part, but yeah, the engagement. But it's more of investment as opposed to engagement. So, you know, whenever someone thinks about investments in terms of, sorry, I'm using my mouse here. So in terms of investments, the bar has been set really low for parasocial relationships. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this term, but it's become the social norm to use parasocial. Parasocial is when you have a relationship in which the other person is unaware of the existence of the other person. So you might witness and know a lot about a person, but that person does not know you, right? It's disproportionate, it's asymmetrical. So to me, this is the social norm now online. So those people who say you prefer this format, it's usually disproportionate. You probably know more about the person you're observing than the person who may or may not know you exist, right? And for me, I didn't come from that background. I came from knowing my students and stuff. Like if I step into a classroom and I have a year's time, I sure as heck is going to make an attempt. Have a attempt to make it. So what I'm doing is I want to exceed this investment in people. Like this is sentimentalism. So the moment like a game dev, for example, more recently I met a game dev, right? And they're making a game for the first time and trying to teach Japanese. I got to do more than simply a passerby. Like I want to reciprocate, right? I think the internet has a supply issue. And one of the supply issues is that if the internet is the social norm for people interacting with human beings, what happened to the human reciprocation, human component? In fact, most of the tools are making it less and less and more parasocial. What's another parasocial relationship? AI. And not in the sense of like AI doing your work. I'm talking about using AI to communicate to another human being. So if you type to ChatGPT and a ChatGPT types an email for you and then you send it to your boss, that is a middleman. There's no interaction between this. So technically your boss think they are having a relationship, but they actually have a parasocial relationship with you. There's a median that isn't directly interacting. So there are parts of you that don't exist, right? That's what a parasocial, that's the characteristic of having a parasocial relationship. And this stuff, in my opinion, when people are sad, alone, right? These things, alone, lonely, alone and lonely are two different things, right? Or they lack creativity, have lots of restrictions, right? These things. A parasocial relationship, if you have largely a parasocial relationship, the person that can go beyond restriction, sadness, loneliness, alone, being alone, lack of creativity is yourself, right? It's only yourself, because the parasocial relationships you have, those people they're not reliable. They don't even know, most of the time they don't know you exist. And oftentimes you also feel that when you say hi, it's like, it's not worth having a conversation with this person. I don't want to spend like 2 hours digressing and talking with this person, because tomorrow we'll forget each other. Like, we'll move on, we'll go to the next fad, and this person probably meets 100,000 people as each, and it's probably true. Like, the people that get the most influence and appearance is the ones that have to interact with thousands of people, because business models and algorithms support that. You invest in one person being responsible of parasocial relationships with millions of people. It would work differently for content creation if it was incentivized to have a lower ratio. A great example of this in the school setting is when you have a low teacher to student ratio. So I probably don't have to let you guess, when you have, say, a 1 to 1,000 teacher ratio versus a 1 to 10 student ratio, which one ends up producing more healthier and consistent success results, right? And that's one of the things that I'm trying to address, creatively speaking. So these are one of the restrictions, right? The restriction is business models, algorithm, automation, and AI models and whatnot. They are creating this. In fact, it's more like this. When you play a video game, it's this. It's not this. There was a time when it was kind of like this, but now we're talking about this type of thing. So most of your activities and the way you interact is thinking that way. It's not permanent. And it's hard, because the laziest thing, the lazy brain thing, the lazy brain that you are does the thing that you do the most. So whenever you say you're not creative, what are you thinking in your brain? You're probably thinking, well, there are tons of people more creative than me. Like, well, yes. However, when you start thinking about your life, how many people are like you? There can still be like hundreds of thousands, but it's smaller. it's probably smaller than what the internet is getting you to think, right? So nothing is going to there are very few things in life is going to be good enough if one isn't able to appreciate population statistics, which was what I spent 6 hours yesterday talking about. Population statistics, which is what the internet operates on. They operate on population statistics. The data that people talk about when they talk about AI and machine learning, it's large data, is big data. And then when you try to think about what you want to do, your life, your individual, being overwhelmed, nihilism, fatalism, determinism, that's when you have to shift to thinking about your immediate environment. And that doesn't exist on the internet anymore, in my opinion. Like, what I mean is, it feels like it doesn't exist anymore. And since it doesn't exist anymore, you might as well not invest effort into doing so. Like, what does this interaction that you and I have right now mean to me? It means that I'm still connected with the idea that you can have a talk, a conversation worth more than this. You can beat this by having a conversation with one person. It's not about how good you have a conversation or the potential you have a conversation with millions of people who are also having conversations. This very conversation we're having now is important to both of us. And that's all that matters for now, right? Then you can go back and play CS, go to YouTube, and watch millions of other people have relationships and stuff. Those ones that are happy, in that moment, they think that that one interaction they're having is worth the millions that they could be having. So, to me, that is a great distinction between even a content creator who is consistently successful versus a content creator that burns out because they keep trying to live a life larger than one person, which they are not more than one person. The ones that do, they have a life that is focused on their aspect of their lives as well as the creative restrictions of a greater algorithm and internet hustle culture. Hustle culture. When you mentioned you went in a special class earlier, you were 8 students and 2 grown-ups. Oh yeah, that is great. That's a fantastic ratio. When I first started, right, in a class, it's usually a lot at first, right? Like first year, like freshman year in college, in my first like the 4-year college phase, the undergrad phase. You start in a class of like 1 to 30, and that's on the small side, on the smaller side. Second year it ends up being like 1 to 15, right? Then it went to 1 to 10, and then it went 1 to 5. And when I went to graduate school, right, it started pretty big because there's a self-selection, so it's like 1 to 15. And then by the end of the thing, it was like basically 1 to 1. Right? So growth and investment can happen in both ways. And I think nowadays, the idea is that when you have 30, this one person's attention is split 30 ways, right? Parasocial. On YouTube, it's more like on an average of 1 to 100,000. So yes, it is very lazy and it's very comforting as well to think that it's not worth investing if you're always thinking this way. And I totally understand that. That would be that'd be the way to go, right? And I have this problem right now because I like the idea of being like 1 to 10, but business models think this is not worth it, right? That's what I'm going to be working on for the next couple years. I don't think this is the case. I think there's too much and there's too little. this is too little, so I'll have to make some compromises. But I think the current state of things, right, like for human relations, customer response, like businesses have to understand how to satisfy their customers. Well, if they keep scaling up, right, eventually there will be a critical limit where you can't scale beyond that because everything after that have more trade-offs. So I feel like there's going to be a time where there's going to be a retraction towards the center. This is when you have like a good example would be there was a push for short form content, short form, like ultra short form. Then there was a pushback for medium form, right? But originally it was long form. Then it kept getting shorter and shorter, and it's like, oh man, we overshot. Now it's getting back down, right? So that's a way to illustrate that in all of this, there's some calibration. Humans tend to calibrate as a group anyways. And you can quote me on this. I'm basically quoting myself at this point. In 5 years to 10 years time, I like to think that, like some content creators who try to say, if I keep doing this, the future will change according to my vision, or you could be entirely wrong. I could be incredibly pleasantly surprised. My thought is whatever I'm doing now will make sense in the future. If I'm completely wrong, my future self will have a blast figuring that out. But if my future self, if I'm correct now, my future self would be like, man, I should be improving on it at that point. So I'll look back on this day and think, what was very trendy and not trendy now, I got it in the future. And that's kind of my idea right now. Like, I think in the future, semi-long form, like a more balanced interaction. Dr. K, I do know Dr. K, or I know of him, and I have seen him and his things. Yeah. And by coincidence, I ran into him because the algorithm spits some of the stuff out at me, along with other people. There are quite a lot of other people that talk about this, and it's not a coincidence. I mean, it's not unexpected. It is a coincidence, but it's not unexpected that individuals who spend time focusing on specific aptitudes, so maybe it's not a coincidence, individuals who spend time in a particular medium and a professional background will often gravitate towards looking at talk about particular contexts and like current issues very similarly. In fact, I've bumped into several people that I were unaware of. The reason why Dr. K came up is I have Pixel phones, and I'm not shy about my phones listening to me. So I actually stream while my phone is lying right next to me, right? So what happens is, because my phone is listening, at the evening when my stream goes off, when I look at my YouTube algorithm, it is related to the things I'm talking about. So over time, in the last like 7 years or so, all the topics that I talk about, I've learned that it's really heartwarming to me that there are other people who are more certified, who are experts, who practice these things, because I'm not licensed, by the way. Nothing I'm saying now is professional. Like, it doesn't substitute for professional advice, right? I am a quote unquote retired scientist, right? That's as much as I could even say. So it's very heartwarming to see that there are niche things. Like Dr. K is niche, because for every one of those, there's like 100 Let's Play channels, or 100 React channels, or 100,000 food channels, or 200,000 let's do silly goofy things channels or clout chasing, right? So we'll see in the future how like forward looking these people are. And I have met them. Or like what I mean is I have not met them literally. I have a parasocial relationship with a lot of these people. So over the years, YouTube has provided that. YouTube has provided that. I literally have someone, when I was watching their short, they took the words out of my mouth. Like, I can go back to a video that I had, and the sentence and the way it was spoken lined up perfectly. And that to me is not, oh man, darn it, I missed the window. Someone's already doing it. It's more like there's another person out there. And that's awesome. Because I genuinely believe one of the things that are facing that has ripple effects of communication or the lack of communication, be it social conflicts, political, religious conflicts, deal with unintended consequences of parasocial, hyper parasocialized behavior. So like you can't even get people in the same room anymore without like incentivizing a transaction. Like, hey, I'll give you 100 tokens to play this video game if you stay in the same room with this guy for like 100 tokens as well, and we will give you 10 tokens if you guys say hi to each other. Do you want a less of a parasocial relationship with this content creator? Make sure to subscribe, like, and subscribe and you know, pledge to their Patreon so that you can get their attention. Right? And that's not to, I'm not saying the person is bad. I'm not saying the viewer is bad or vice versa. I'm talking about the systems we have in place. How everything has come, how most things have come together causes a consequence of making conversation transactional and parasocial most of the time because there's a scalability problem. It is very understanding to a human being that a popular person will have trouble paying attention to you. So therefore, the business model is to have the person grab the attention of that person by investing in them. The alternative is, think about it this way. If there are 3 million content creators, and maybe all of them are largely capable of reproducing whatever they want to express, and then there are 3 million consumers, what is there a system that allows at least a 1 to approximately 10, right? Like maybe some of them are promiscuous and they subscribe to 100 people. So 1 to 100 ratio where a business model supports that. Why would this be interesting to businesses, in my opinion, in the future? Is because of backlash. Like, to me, there's a connection between how a mob can review bomb and send death threats to developers because they betrayed their trust and treat them like garbage because they're no longer human. And then the reverse can happen too, where a business is like, well, you guys are like 1 million people. Like, it's okay if we lose 300,000 of you. We're still making millions of dollars. That is part of, in my opinion, that's part of all of this. It's part of this parasocial life where humans react and respond in a way because it's appropriate now. It's no, you don't see the consequences of your actions anymore, like very, very seldomly. And you only see consequences of actions when they're in a mob mentality or a highly organized institution scale. And yet you see those individuals who get buried by the structure. So life becomes less interesting. most people's life becomes less interesting. Sometimes people are lucky to have something that's interesting, worth sharing. But the thing that's worth interesting sharing is only those things that trend. That sucks, because that means over the course of a human life in the future, they spend 40 years and they hope that they hit the lottery in having something interesting to share. I don't think that's going to last for too long. And I think having other people point this out is really refreshing. Like seeing a content creator who's successful, and they get the question like, what do you do to start? How do you keep yourself motivated when no one cares? No one seems to care. And a lot of times, at least the YouTube algorithm makes me believe, because we have to keep in mind this is still very rare. The YouTube algorithm fetches these things for me, right? The person will respond saying, because you care. And when you care to share with another person, eventually someone will also care about you when you care about them. Right? That's the response that a lot of people, like probably Dr. K, will say. But that is not the social norm. It is incredibly rare to have that type of response. Why is the consequence? Why would I think these people would say those things? It's because that's how they became successful. They start by caring about what they do. And then when they care about what they do, they're good at expressing it. And when they know how to express that, other people will ask them questions. They can improve it. And with all that knowledge, they can do something and use that information to engage other people in their own interest. So you take care of yourself. A system that promotes taking care of yourself also have ripple effects in taking care of other people. I think that paves into treating everyone like garbage all the time on the internet, right? Like the moment someone doesn't meet your expectations, what controls your response to them? Well, you have no real connection with anyone, so that doesn't matter. Like, you're upset, so they should be upset that you're upset. They should be punished for you being upset. And I think that's the bigger picture of all of this. Compassion is missing. And oftentimes when people talk to each other and they talk, they constantly say like, oh, I don't like talking. I don't talk very much. I have poor communication skills. I understand that. I totally understand that. My follow-up question is, what do you think is good communication skills? What do you think is talking? Like, and it varies from people I interact with. But I actually think it doesn't vary for those people who say they don't talk very much, they have poor communication skills. I actually think they're surrounded by people who agree in the same way. And what their definition of communication skills is being able to speak well. Like, I'm not sure if you believe this stuff, but the stuff that I get most of the time is you must be articulate, knowledgeable about things, don't stutter and use filler words. Definitely do not use like memes and Gen Z slang. Sound very political and like enlightening and wise. For me, top 3, all those things didn't even make the top 3. One of the top 3 is the ability to express yourself. One of the other 3 is compassion. And the third one, empathy. Like, not like empathy in the sense of compassion, like feelings, but energy. So, like, to appear like you're a great conversationalist, and to appear like you have great communication skills, rarely is the topic of empathy and compassion, and how to achieve empathy and compassion is on the top of the list. It's often objective metrics, which the internet does really well. How to speak well, how to speak clearly. I mean, they are involved. They're definitely in the top 10 or top 20. However, the most important thing that's overlooked is genuine mutual interest. That's the compassion part. And then the empathy is feeling, matching energy, right? Like you're matching the energy of the person. If the person's sad, you can sound sad and resonate with them while talking to them. And then, of course, if you can't express yourself, that expression, that form of desire of expression, does involve all the other things that people talk about, like, oh, stop using filler words, learning to speak the same language, not making weird body gestures and faces that miscommunication or like reduce communication, stop being an introvert, having some common interest. Those things are definitely in the top 20, but they pale in comparison to the things that I've mentioned. Like, you can sound like a Gen Z person if you want and use bruh everything all the time. Your success goes up when you have compassion, empathy, and a genuine desire of mutual interest to express. That's like my... So go out there and do that. That's too much of a TLDR. A day at a time. Right. All right. I'm done with my digression. Sorry. I kind of got carried away, but I do this a lot. And sometimes I do this a little too liberally, and we fall behind on things. Hopefully you didn't also fall asleep, because hear me out, it's not insulting or anything. I typically talk at such lengths that in general the standard comment would be, oh sorry, I was nodding off, and I'm like, that's fine. That's how conversations end most of the time. People get tired because we're in a different time zone. All right, that's it. I promise. All right, let's get back into this. Why don't I remember? There's something about the umbrella that's unsettling. Dang. All right.
情谊，情谊让人感到温暖。
All right, let's get going here. Two bucket. Nope, no dice.
马，
Hemp, not weed. Hemp, which is a weed. I don't remember. Complain. Oh, yen is resentment, not yearn. I need to work on yen. This is resentment. Not this vocabulary word. Okay, let's get back into the groove of things.
固定，这是我们固定的办法。
Really? It's fine. You try to focus on what you are communicating. Your English isn't always good enough that you understand anything, but you feel like you get the gist of most of it. Hope you are not falling too far behind your schedule. It's pretty late, so you might need to go to bed soon. Absolutely. Sorry, I wasn't really clear about the ending. I usually trail off in the end because I typically digress very long, and the people I interact with are in a different time zone, so they usually end up going to bed. That's when the communication ends, and I wanted to get ahead by saying, don't worry, I usually fall behind schedule, but I make up the schedule, and also a lot of the times I've already made time for it. It happens a lot. It happens a lot. So we're prepared. We're prepared for something that happens a lot. You know the TLDR, when something happens a lot, you can do something about it when you understand what causes it and what happens with it. So for me, that is definitely one of those things. We've prepared for it. And also, definitely feel free to go to bed when you do, right? Usually this is where I would give you, I would ask a favor, a little fun little favor. That question about doing things creatively. I would love to hear more things that you do creatively about your restrictions in more detail, because I think it's interesting to see what it's like to live a life like that. And yes, it's still vicariously, but it would maybe inspire some stuff about thinking about a different way, kind of like learning a new language, right? It kind of changes the way you look at things. When I walk upstairs, honestly, to this day, whenever I walk upstairs, I still think about ramp access. Very short answer: a shoe spoon can be used for many things. A shoe spoon. Like, what's a shoe spoon? Like a scooper in the... Oh, like, wait. Is it a spoon to grab your shoes, or is it a spoon attached to your shoes? I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued. Oh, the first, a spoon to grab your shoes. Ah, do you have a you know those like grippy things, the hand claw grippy things? I think those are cool. I remember when I was maybe 12 years old, one of the families that I had, you have the grabby things. Oh, I think that's so funny. Or like, what I mean is, obviously you're gonna have to bear with me here. It looks cool. I feel like by now, you know, I'm thinking about when I was a teenager. By now, there should be like cool things, like even cooler things than those grippy things. Although it does make for very convenience. Like a back scratcher. I've always thought about a back scratcher. You use a shoe spoon for picking up most things anyway, though. Oh, okay. And a shoe spoon is sort of an extension of your hand. Is that the name? Like, if I type in shoe spoon. Oh my gosh, they're called shoe spoons. Oh. Oh, that's a shoe spoon. I always called it like a shoehorn. Oh, no. Maybe shoe spoon and shoehorn are two different things. You don't really know the English term? You use Google Translate? Oh, yeah. Is it? It is also called a shoehorn. Oh, okay. So we're talking about the same thing. All right. I have seen a shoe. I have seen a shoehorn before. Oh, interesting. Oh, I got you. For a moment there, I thought my brain was going to like explode or something, because I'm like, I can't even. You listen. This is what I imagined when you mentioned it. That's what I was thinking. Like, wait, I thought your legs, like, how do you move your like, then hear me out. Then I thought maybe when you're seated, right? You know, maybe when you're seated, you like run the chair into something that you can grab with the side. Like, what the I don't know how that can work. Oh, you can move your toes and ankles a bit? Okay. I'm like, I don't see how this is useful. And then the only other thing I thought about was the shoehorn, which is this like, but I thought of a really short thing. Like the shoehorn that you put in the shoe, right? Like when you're sticking, it goes in the shoe. So then I'm thinking, how does that help you reach for something? And then I Google it, and I Googled an image, and apparently shoehorns can be like really long. There are like shoe spoons are like long. They can be very, you know, extra extended. This is the most common thing that I've seen. The things that go into your shoe, and they're no longer or shorter than the shoe itself. So that's how my mind went. First, I thought about a shoe with a literal spoon attached to it, and I'm like, wait a minute, that kind of sounds like shoehorn. I'm like, I still don't understand how that makes you help you scoop up shoes. So then the closest thing I thought about was the grabber thing. These things, right? Like these things. These little like claw grabber things. And then I combined them. In Norwegian, you have 3 words for it. Oh, they all mean shoehorn. Okay. Oh, there's literally a horn in one. That's cute. Honestly, I'm basically I wonder how high tech there's something to be said about like there's so much tech that could be on a wheelchair. I know that, you know, it's like diminished return. Like people, when you think of it from a business standpoint, there's this like inhumanizing, but I understand that not everyone uses wheelchairs, right? Like the vast majority of people don't use wheelchairs. But when I think about someone in a wheelchair, it would be really cool to have like an international business model, like a startup, a niche like boutique place where um people who are in wheelchairs, right, can like customize their wheelchair. I'm not sure if that's like if that's even a thing in the United States, let alone Norway, but that could be a fun hobby, you know, like the same way that um content creators or gamers are obsessed with their keyboards, or computer chairs, their desks set up, their battle stations, wheelchairs. Or, you know, there's ways to integrate into the wheelchair. Oh, that's kind of, that would be kind of cool. Like, I actually don't know anything about what can go on a wheelchair, but that would be pretty sweet to learn about, if for other people, or maybe to learn that there's a lacking. That's also creating awareness. Like, can you attach a iPad? You know, I don't know how common Apple products are in Norway, but like, is one side of your wheelchair have like a retractable stand that accounts for a tablet, and you'd be like, you know, doing the little like left hand and right hand. Sorry, I have this like really out of the world, like kind of out of touch science fiction idea of how modern tech could change the way wheelchairs work, right? So like you would have a screen here and you would have a screen here, right? And these are input devices, these are touch devices, and then, you know, this is your rest, right? And then you're seated here, right? And you're just going to town, right? You're practically like being on a motorized computer chair or something. That sounds pretty awesome, right? Or you have like a motorized equipped onto the armchair, and this armchair has a forward projected arm that can help you grab things, right? So you can like access it through a levy, like a remote system, like a joystick, and then you can access the thing to grab things. You like the stuff your wheelchair has? Higher, lower the seat. Okay. Tilt the seat forward and backwards. Move the back and adjust the thing the legs resting on. Ah, I see. And also have a standing function. That's it? Wow, you have you're very what is that? You're very functional. I forgot what the other word I'm thinking of. But that sounds like almost the minimum stuff. I understand, like I think it's very admirable and impressive that those are the only features you want. And I understand about materialism and whatnot, but it sounds like it could be a great hobby to try to find ways to treat yourself. Like, how do you get, I'm not an engineer, but I guess it's the most important ones. Yeah, it's the fundamental ones, right? It's your standard. It's like buying a car, and you bought the car that is a car. And my first thought is, well, if you're living with the car, like say you have to be in the car all the time, which is the wheelchair situation, what else can you gain a lot of value from? So if I end up becoming confined to a wheelchair, my first thought is, okay, let's make a list of all the functions that I do. And let's start with the most mandatory common functions. So you checked all of them, right? Lowering the seat, the comfort, like the ergonomics of the chair itself. Then you start going into like really weird things. And eventually it gets to even weirder things like, how do I attach a solar panel to my wheelchair that feeds into a motorized shade, and on that shade has the solar panels, and it is attached to a wireless Qi charging tray so my phone can charge while I'm going outside in my wheelchair. That's my first thought. Like I know I'm not an engineer and an electronic specialist or anything like that, but my first thought is, what if I get someone to adhere Just bring a power bank. But listen. It's a hobby, right? It's a hobby. So you're looking for something that is ridiculous. Like, and what I mean is a creative solution. So yes, you could say you just bring a power bank. I understand. I totally understand. But the thing is, it's funny because you're having fun doing it. Like it's part of your like artwork, right? Like, why do you draw the artwork like that? You could have just done it this way. I'm like, because you can. It's cool because you already have all the basic functions, right? You have all you need. So that means all the things you have to do are good. Now let's do something creative just because you can. And I totally understand about the power bank. Like the easiest way is to like, I don't know, get an Anchor, like a 20,000 milliamp power bank, put it like attach like a bag or a holder to it, and then put your power bank in there, and then just use like a USB-C port. And but what if you installed a solar panel? Because when the sun's out, you can retract a shade so that you don't get like sunburned or something like that. You can protect your skin, right? But do one better and make the shade solar. By the way, these things exist conceptually. The recent CES, like Computer Entertainment Expo, right? CES, there's a random concept about solar panel flexible umbrellas, right? You could literally have like just the umbrella attached, fixed to a part of your wheelchair, because if it has a strong base, and have that feed into your power bank, and your power bank is attached to things. But if you don't like wires, you could have it feed and integrate it into the frame of your chair and have like a Qi charging tray or something. You get it as a hobby, but don't know how functional it would be with a solar panel when you're outside 8 minutes. Yeah, I understand. Having considered how long you, but the idea is it would be really fun to say because you can. And I know this also means like costing materials and stuff, but you'll have your own ideas. I'm like spitballing ideas. The reason why I'm spitballing ideas is capture the enthusiasm, right? So this reminds me of that guy. Again, I'm using the content creator idea, the one person. He doesn't have a leg. He lost his leg due to early cancer diagnoses, I think. And now he spends most of his life creating content on how he can, like, all the different ways he can like mess around with not having a leg. So he like talks about his prosthetic a lot and the funny things he can do with his prosthetic leg, right? And that's really cute. I think life, if they throw you lemons, you're gonna make a heck of a good lemonade, right? And you got like people will. I would love to hear about it. I mean, if I'm sufficient, I'm sure other people will be really fun to see how. Well, if life sucks, you can't let it. Like life can't beat you, right? Be creative about it. Like I'm trying to think of another person. Wheelchair is kind of falling apart, but it's not that bad. You'll get a new one yet. Ooh, shopping for a new wheelchair. I know this is gonna sound really left field, but I feel like the excitement that if hypothetically I was confined to a wheelchair, the excitement of shopping for a wheelchair is almost like buying new underwear. Underwear is mundane, right? You have to buy it. When you buy it, you're probably gonna get the same old functional ones, you know, things that check the box, but you never think about like anything else it can be. I'm not talking about that underwear can be happy, but my thought is it would make such a world of difference for people's lives, especially like even the ones that are less common, wheelchairs and whatnot. If there was a way that there's some sort of choice. I know this sounds very Americanized. I'm a very Americanized person, but the idea is, it is such an interesting thought. If one can make the stuff that suck or like have to have also be a pleasure of doing it as well, right? Instead of a reminder of how much you don't have or how much you cannot have. Shopping for wheelchair would never happen. It's part of the welfare. Yeah, I understand. Like the universal healthcare and all that stuff. Yeah, I understand. And plus, when I say shopping for wheelchair, obviously it costs money. So like if you're in the like a place that doesn't give you for free, you still have to pay for it. So all of this stuff still takes into account in the back of my head. You have to pay for these things, etc. The idea is if you're in a comfortable place or you want to be creative and you have friends that like to do things or make things, it'd be kind of fun. You could make a whole thing about it and even generate interest in it. Like again, I don't encourage people to randomly decide to like live life recklessly and end up telling themselves, oh well, at least wheelchair technology is great. That's a really weird way to look at the silver lining. But if you are in a wheelchair, it would be really awesome to make that a point of creative interest. I think that's what artwork and music and stuff is. When life really sucks, you make art out of it. When life really sucks, you make music out of it. When life really sucks, you work on communication skills. Right. I'm not saying my life really sucks, so hopefully that was not misconstrued. I would say with the utmost humility, I'm at a point in my life where I think I'm sufficiently happy all the time that I prefer to want to make other people happy, and that makes me happy. So that's like philanthropy. I'm in like a state of mind where I think I'm sufficiently happy by overcoming a lot of things in my early life that now it's more about getting other people to get where I'm coming from. So when someone talks to me, my goal is that they walk away thinking there's so many things in their life that they could be excited about, and also be excited because if they do it, they can tell someone like me how awesome it is. So then I would tell you that's awesome, and then go do more so I can hear about it. And that's what YouTube is. At least to me, that's what YouTube is. That's what Twitch is. Not, in my opinion, what most people watch Twitch and YouTube for nowadays. Most of the kiddos out there, you know, the 20s and late teens, they watch YouTube and Twitch to escape from their sucky life. And they usually use it to think about what their life could be, but never will be. And that to me makes me try even harder not to do that. Like to me, that is what I feel is unintentional. It's absolutely unintentional, right? Because entertainment is a form of escapism a lot of times. It's a form of coping. I don't want to stop at coping. I want to stop at, I want to at least pass coping to self-love, right? Coping, you're staying in place. You're just dealing with it. You're managing it. You never get positive. You try to stay not negative. That's the point. When you cope, you know, this is my, graph of coping, right? Coping is when you have a social norm, right? You have your content, like ite, this is your ite moment. Your ite. And coping happens when you dip below and then you use Twitch and YouTube to get back up. But then you stop. That's where most people stop. They get back to normal. This is lazy, right? This is a lazy routine, as in the brain's lazy routine. It's a comfort routine. You get back to comfort zone. When you try to exercise self-love, it requires input. So when you're trying to, if you go down, this part requires energy. So the moment you reach this part, it's like, nah, I don't have any more energy. Some people are able to overcome adversity. What they do is they cope with this and they overcompensate and then come back down. This overcompensation is self-improvement, right? And for me, a better illustration of my current lifestyle is, while this is my comfort zone, I wake up here and I spend my early hours using my energy to get back to my comfort zone. But this energy is used for others. So when I stream, I set myself up to make others care about themselves. At least in my opinion, that is how I'm aggressive about this. I want other people to care about themselves. It's not about me unless they want to know that makes them feel better. So I only share if it makes them feel more comfortable. But it's not about me, it's about you. And then if I ever dip below, that's usually all the way at the end of my day. This is the end of the day. And that's when I turn off the stream and I do exactly what these guys do. I rest up, I watch anime right before I sleep. And when I sleep, I get it back. But when I sleep, I actually go back up here. And I repeat the day. So when I start the day, I'm not coping with anything. I have things to give. I want to give people things. That's what I want to give people my time. And then when I'm exhausted, I work on myself. That's perfectly fine. I think most people, when they get up, they might be here. There are individuals that you have to look out for who constantly get lower and lower. Their starting position gets lower and lower until they reach crises, right? When you hit too low, there's gonna be a breakdown, and this is when mental breakdowns happen, right? So every time I think about someone who's coping, I feel like that's also reflective in how they engage in YouTube and Twitch. They don't see opportunity for self-improvement until they're able to cope back up. So the first goal I would do is I would transfer this energy and hope that my energy is bigger than their coping strategy. So if you know me for a very long time, or like over time, my energy that I have extra has to be well prepared. Like I have to prepare myself well enough so that I have enough more energy than you are lacking. And that will allow you to one day feel like, you know what? Let's go do some self-improvement. I think I'm in a great state of mind. That's kind of like when the very first thing you mentioned to me, you only study kanji when you're motivated enough. I do too. But the difference is I'm always starting the day motivated enough to study kanji in HanziHero. And I hope that the future, when people get older, in their 30s and 40s, like myself, they can do that too. Where it gets to the point where they always wake up motivated enough to do exactly what they want, and they don't have to wait to be motivated to do so. You always start your day sleepy? Oh, that's fine. It's a work in progress. Improving sleeping is one of the, obviously, without saying too much, eating, sleeping comes first, right? Eating, sleeping, those are things you have to do. So if you're coping with the things you have to do, that is definitely the first place to start. Once you when those things become positive, that's when right? My sleeping sucks, by the way. I think I get far more value out of my eating than my sleeping. So my sleeping is actually a source of negativity. It's like a negative sink, but it's less negative than I think a vast majority of people are. Like yesterday, I slept at 8 a.m., which was 4 hours later than I slept the last couple of days. So sleeping is something that's a little bit more manageable flexibly as a negative thing, but eating is where a lot of positivity comes from, and journaling and all the other stuff is far more positive. In weekdays, preparing your mind for work. In weekends, small panicking, trying to find something to do. Yeah, there it is. The small panicking, trying to find something to do. I want to. That's what I'm aggressively attacking. If it felt like I'm kind of pressuring you, I concede. I'm actually very guilty of that. When someone tells me, like, these are the last 4 conversations I have. Someone tells me they're bored, but they're doing a lot, and they don't have enough time, but they're bored. These things coincide with each other very often, and this is a no-win situation. It's very rarely a win situation for the person, for the person themselves. So to me, if you're a stranger, but better yet, a family member or a friend, gotta attack this. Got to attack boredom. Boredom is a great source to liberate some things about the sub, because you can't change the things you have to do. But that boredom, when you think the things you have to do is incongruous with boredom is when you have time and you don't know what to do with it, right? But some people might think boredom is when you don't have time, and that's when things kind of go south, in my opinion. This tends to go south. So I have I can't tell you how many times I had someone who keep talking about, oh, I'm really satisfied, I'm doing well in school and I'm doing all that stuff, but I'm bored. And I'm like, so why not do something with your time? And they're like, I don't know what to do with my time, but I don't have time. I'm like, but how can you be bored when you don't have time? It sounds like you're really busy with things. And the way it can be possible is boredom means there's disinterest. One of the very obvious tells, in my opinion, is disinterest in life. Like disinterest in choice. The things you end up choosing. It's a lot easier and lazier to have to do all the things you have to do, like coping. Coping is things you have to do. They have become negative, so you have to address them. That keeps you busy. And then when you're trying to recover from this, the moment on the days that you coped really well, right? You coped ahead of schedule, you run out of things to do. You just don't know what to do with yourself because you haven't had those moments too often. In my opinion, this is my interpretation of the pattern. When someone is really busy because there's so much of parts of their life that keeps them busy, the moment they finally get their coping is on point and maybe something good happened, right? Good happened during their have tos. When they end up doing the choice, when they're trying to choose something, what do you do with yourself? And that, to me, the longer you let this happen, the less and less, in my opinion, the less and less likely, or it's harder and harder to eventually do it, right? So what happens then is boredom becomes chronic depression. which will make you feel aloof, drifting, wasting away, because you haven't done anything for yourself other than all the things you have to do. The things you have to do are still for yourself, for sure. But but it's a little different than choosing and intentionally to love yourself, to want to do something with the times that you are bored. And this conversation is the starter conversation I have with most people in their 20s. Someone's like, yeah, I'm just grinding. I'm a little bit bored. I'm trying to find a way to occupy my time. And I'm like, okay, let's talk about what you're doing that you find boring. I'm like, no, it's kind of disinteresting. Nothing is really happening. I mean, I have to do all this work, but I don't have time for it. It's like, then what are you doing now? No, I'm just being bored. I'm pushing those things off. I'm like that's the tough part. It's a vicious cycle. So when you have time, you are bored, so you don't want to use that time to do the things you have to do. But when you have to do those things that you have to do, you don't have enough time to choose to do something. So in both occasions, when the opportunity presents itself, it's a source of negativity. So it just constantly feels like you're always getting up to have a sucky day. And that sucks. And I do feel that's pretty much 90% of my conversation with other people. And it's really tough to get out of it. And I'm working on it, basically. I'm trying to think, well, what can a content creator do? Like, what can a streamer who randomly don't have any control of being all up in someone's business, right? Try to encourage them to hang out with friends, family, seek other people that share your similar disposition or like advantages. Try to engage in parasocial relationships that are not simply for entertainment, but parasocial relationships that reflect inspiration for your very particular thing, right? Like your particular thing could be inspired intuitively if you can find an example exactly like you. But the problem with that is, what I can do as a stranger is to encourage you to understand yourself well enough to know where and what to look for. Like, if you don't know that you feel this way and do these things, how can you possibly think an algorithm that's based on your interests will be able to tell you or give you examples of that? You're in an algorithm based thing, you have to actively look for the things you can express to me. So if you can describe all the problems, all the things that keep you down, all the things that go up, eventually you're just going to go look for that. And that's one of the things that's it's supposed to happen in your teenage years. Like, this is called identity, in my opinion. Identity development, right? So in your high school years, generally because of interacting with other people, you start forming an identity. And the understanding how good that identity is allows you in your 20s to interact with other people. Then you can start expressing yourself while looking for your best interest in mind. Getting a job, getting a relationship, starting a family. All of those require your identities to be developed, right? However, in those individuals who don't spend time in a challenging position in which they have to express themselves, i.e., if you're in an algorithm, in an echo chamber, in the internet, you don't have to work on yourself. You rarely have to work on yourself if you're in an echo chamber with like people who are also like that, right? That's how the internet collects people. They collect people based on their common interest. So you don't encounter very often people who don't have your interest, who need to ask you to explain things to them. And that's what happens about meeting new people, right? Going out, touching grass, that stuff. It's not necessarily the being outside part. It's the seeing and having to explain and dealing with things that you have to recognize about yourself. And That is where then you can answer, how do you not be bored? Well, how well do you understand yourself? I think I understand myself well enough to try 90% of the time not to be bored. So that's the challenge on your restriction. Let's talk about it. Well, the gateway, in my opinion, is get the person to understand themselves. Eventually, because a stranger, even a close family member and a close friend, would be really hard pressed to know what that answer is. Like, I can't, the best thing I would be able to do or attempt to do is, hey, I like this thing. I will tell you everything I like about this thing as in greatest detail as possible. You have to decide if any of that thing interests you. That's how you get out of boredom, through inspiration, right? Alternatively, I ask you about everything that you find boring. And if you can explain that, you can go look for everything that is not that or addresses that. And you find the solution yourself, which would be the most powerful situation you can help. That's kind of what doctors do, Dr. K and like those professionals do that. They attempt to make the person independent. A content creator, the vehicle, the way this is done is asymmetrical. So a content creator can only project their passion in the greatest detail possible in order for the user who has a parasocial relationship to determine if whatever they say is relevant to them. And hopefully you said something well enough that when they hear you passionately do these things, they found a new passion in it. Unfortunately, right, there are things that you are finding boring and wasteful. We are clearly very different people. So the way to work around that, in my opinion, is when I find that I'm talking to someone that's much, much different than me and have other interests. Like whenever I say, oh, I like drawing art, and then you say you're not creative, then it means we're of two different minds. So the alternative way is get you to explain as much as you can to me. And if you do that every single day, hopefully you find the solution to your boredom yourself. Because you're like, man, you know what? Every single time I have to talk to this doofus online, he always asks me, what am I doing that's interesting today? And I'm like, I'm bored. I keep telling him the same thing. It's like, all right, I know what the same thing is. I want that person to stop asking me why I'm bored. So you're going to do something about it. That's usually how mere exposure works in psychology. It's nagging. That's how like parents do it too. Like, and I'm not saying I'm trying to act as a parent. It's more like let's just say a concerned person. If you repeat something enough times, if the person becomes aware of that repetition, they can also find clarity in that repetition. So if you're constantly telling someone the same thing over and over again, it can be possible that you'll find like, oh, you know what? Since you're constantly thinking about it, one day you're going to come across someone's content or something and you realize, that's what I'm looking for. I can stop being bored now. That's why I think content creation is awesome. Unfortunately, that's not the majority of content creation. Most content creations are driven in a different direction. It's more like monetization and welfare and financial gains and whatnot. So take it with a grain of salt, obviously. Some week ago, you were tired of wasting too much time on YouTube. There it is. So you made a timetable on how to spend your time, but only held it up for 3 to 4 weeks. That's more than 0. That sounds amazing. When are you going to start again? Oh, when did you learn why you stopped? So you can make it 5 weeks next time. Or maybe a month. Yeah, panicking. Hopefully you're not having panic attacks. Just like small panicking, right? panic attacks are a lot on the rise now, especially for secluded and isolated people. At least there's no hard statistics. Obviously, there's longitudinal studies and meta-analyses that have to occur before it's actually a thing. But I do feel like panic attacks are an increased form of discussion, or like crises, like mini crises. Basically, what is a panic attack or a crisis? Every so often, it's a very regular periodic trigger where someone starts to have an heightened biological reflex when they notice a specific thing or when they think about a specific thing. That's what I'm referring to. So maybe the moment when you stop working, a lot of people tend to experience some panic or some rapid considerations, and that can happen. You don't have any big panic attacks, just you use this sort of a metaphor. Okay, that's good, that's awesome, that's reassuring. I've had a couple in my life. I had a couple panic attacks in my life. The like good old panic attacks where the heart starts accelerating and you have trouble breathing, that type of thing. That has happened before. It's been a very long time, obviously. That's one of the signs that I am no longer having a problem with coping and stuff like that. There are a lot of signs that go away. Like, you have experienced one. I'm not surprised. I think in general, if you live long enough with the like different things, most people would have some instance of a panic attack. It was painful, was 1 to 2 years ago. Yeah, it's one of those things that you have no control. It doesn't feel like you have control. You suddenly just lose control of everything, right? Like a gasp for control. It does happen, and you know, I'm glad you didn't experience it too often. I think there are crises that happen more frequently nowadays. In my opinion, I think it does happen more now than it did before. Like I still remember a time when people thought panic attacks is a rarity of weakness, not a social symptom. I think panic attacks are a social symptom now. Basically, what I'm saying is the medium and things and expectations that are very common now are systemic, so that can trigger and contribute to that state at some point. Prior to all of this, you know, when I was growing up as a teenager, if someone had a panic attack, it's almost like they have a disease, or like a thing that is so rare that you should be able to deal with it. Nowadays, it's a common discussion. So at least it feels like a common discussion among a particular group of people, which is usually people online, since I spend most of my time online, talking to online people. Panic attacks be gone, right? I think I don't ever ask this, but I haven't ever gone this like personal because people don't usually pay attention already to their normal daily life stuff. When you go and, you know, see a mirror, right, your reflection, are you smiling inside? I don't mean outside, because a lot of times people don't have to smile on the outside, but when you look in the mirror, do you see a lot of things you lack, or do you see a lot of things you have? Like a positive thing, like this is thing that I abstractly ask people when I get to know them for quite some time. When you get ready in the morning, right, you're gonna look at something, maybe like a reflection, unless you're blind. Obviously, I'm not talking about people who are blind. You look and you have a moment, right? Typically when you get ready, you have moments, like brushing your teeth or something. You have moments. In those moments, are you thinking about the things you have right now, or the things you lack or should gain in the future but haven't yet. That's often something I love to hear what people write down. So when they have those moments and they think about it, if you have a pad nearby or a phone, you usually have a smartphone, record those thoughts. And it would be very curious if there are more positive things or negative things in them. I think having that over time can often reveal the undertones of someone's life. Like, most of the time when I get up and I look in the mirror, right, when I'm brushing my teeth or something or getting ready, my first thought is, okay, I've done all this stuff. I can't wait to do this stuff. I definitely am going to do this now, and I'm gone. That's out. I'm there. Like that's it. I don't tell myself something like, oh man, I should make sure that I run this fast. If I don't run this fast, then I'm making negative progress. If I don't run faster than this, I'll feel sad about myself. I need to make progress today. Like, oh wait, I really hope this person's not there right now at work. Oh man, like hopefully today is not that bad day where I had to do this thing and then it's gonna make me not want to do this thing. That is like what I'm trying to describe. And the problem of asking this question to most people is I would have to know them long enough for them to anticipate that I'm going to ask again. Largely because when you're already in a state of coping and like being absent-minded in your life, it's rare that when moments pauses, you know, like the boring moments, the moments that you have an opportunity to be bored, you have yet to think about what are the things you want to do, what are the things you don't want to do, and do you have more things that you want to do, look forward to, or have done versus the things you don't. That's also another contributor to whenever you have time, you're bored. Because ultimately, you don't spend a lot of time thinking about what you're going to do with those time. Like, for example, it could be wasting away if you want it. Like, for example, I can tell myself, oh, you know what? Now that I have a moment to think about it, I want to listen to this song. It doesn't have to be productive. It's just I told myself I want to listen to this song. So the moment I have time to breathe, the moment I have an extra time, I go listen to that song. I have decided intentionally it is within my power and control to do it. That's when boredom goes away, in my opinion. That's one way anyway, one of many ways. But the one is every moment you have to think about something you might want to do, you can hold on to it. But if you're already not thinking about anything you want to do, you're always worried about all the things you have to do and that you don't look forward to, then I would also say that's another way to prevent yourself from ever being satisfied with having spare time, because that contributes to boredom. You didn't spend any time thinking about all the things you could do or want to do either, despite having time to do so. That's kind of like a different way to attack it. I'm like talking about many different ways to attack boredom, because if there's anything that's plaguing younger people, and I consider anyone who's in their 20s younger, like really should be thriving and having aspirations and desires despite their life circumstances, is boredom. Boredom is such a self-feeding nemesis. If you're bored, we gotta take care of the boredom first. Good question. You don't remember what thought you have at those moments? Sometimes you're half asleep. Sometimes you're already listening to a podcast or music. Okay. Otherwise, you just have to calm morning to not stress your stomach. Stomach stress. That's also a very common one. I know this kid for 6 years now, and this kid is healthy in every possible way. He's very strong, aptitude, like he does things like can't possibly humanly do, right? Great reflexes, but boy howdy, does the stress trigger his stomach. And one of the weirdest stress he has, I still haven't really figured out if this is psychosomatic or if it's biological, because he does have physicals and he's good. I think his physicals check out. So whatever it is, it's difficult to explain. It could still be physical, right? Biological. We tackled that already. But one of the things this person says is, if he doesn't like the food he eats or the concept of the food he eats, it also makes his stomach hurt. And that is a really interesting topic that we'll probably talk about another time. But stomach stress, like stomach ulcers, stress induced, there are ways to explain it biologically. Like, for example, stress can stunt. Negative stress do create biological signals like like biochemical signals that induces negative stress response, which creates inflammatory responses. It can also activate host viral, like dormant viral elements, and those viral elements can present itself in things that happen in the stomach or in the mouth. Like, for example, sores, cold sores, right? Herpes simplex virus, ulcers in the stomach. There are ways to explain it biologically that is connected, associated, and correlated with stress. So when you have negative stress, there is a line of logic to demonstrate that being negative and being stressed can induce a biochemical signal that creates inflammation. And those inflammatory cytokines and chemokines, sorry, I'm using like words in endocrinology, which I'm not an expert in, but in terms of genetics, most people inherit a bunch of markers that when you're stressed, those things can be expressed and they can cause things like stomach ulcers or even sores in the mouth. Like I get sores in my mouth, and like there are telltale signs when I'm like stressed in a very fine window. So it is very much connected. So if you want less stomach pains and whatnot, lots of things do change when you become less stressed. And hear me out. When I mean less stressed, I mean less negative stress. There's also positive stress. And the thing I was describing about thinking about what you want to do, when you intentionally do it and you're achieving it at the cost of, stress, like working out and stretching. I understand wheelchair situation, but like playing a good game, but you're like exhausted, you're like really wired, or you're learning thinking, that can trigger a different type of chemical that's associated. Cause and effect is very tenuous in this situation, because the link between behavioral and neurobiological is really far apart. However, it's correlated. So when you're intentionally doing something and it is stressful, that often is correlated with a different elevation of different neurotransmitters, like different profiles that actually trigger positive stress. And having a desire to do something, right? Having a hobby, that type of thing, those typically elicit positive stress. And that's not to say that it's causal, it's correlating. So people who have active hobbies and side things that they feel they have control over, choosing to do creative outlets and stuff, their profile is associated with something that's often referred to as positive stress as opposed to negative stress. A great example of this is the panacea that most people, if you're not like physically confined, working out. When you go to work out in some way, be it working out your brain, working out your body, if you're intentionally doing it and causing that stress, it's often something that is different from the thing that you're trying to cope with, the coping negative stress situation. So balancing yourself out, right? The idea of drinking coffee, for example, and this is anecdotal. These are corollary things. There's like no mechanical, I want to emphasize that they're not causal links, right? These are coincidences. Like, for example, when you get up and you tell yourself, I could drink a coffee to get extra work done, versus I have to have my coffee because if I don't, then I'll be a mess. One's coping for sufficiency, the other one is being productive and affirmative. And to me, the lifestyle that the second person have about taking coffee and stuff, they are characterized with a lot of coincidences right now, right? Corollary, with stress, like their opinions and comments about stress and things linked with stress induced things show a very different profile than someone who's coping with it. So there might be something there. At the moment, there's no intersection between behavioral, like behavioral psychology, affirmative action and all that stuff, with a direct link to neurobiology. It just happens that these narratives kind of coincide. So when someone who is very productive and initiating and affirmative and positive about the things, the schedule of those two people might seem the same, but somehow the one that is more affirmative and positive tends to be correlated with positive stress signals versus negative stress signals. Is that consistent enough? Not really. Like on the long term, it's not really. It's pretty much in a field of pseudoscience right now because it's hard to quantify these things. Whenever you're thinking about psychology and behavioral psychology, it's very difficult to quantify if there's a causal link, right? There is a correlation between these things. After reading, I like reading these type of things. So if there's anything to take from it, is that it is possible to think of a stressful environment and have it not upset your stomach. That's what I would want to share about the whole stomach thing. And yeah, it's a very common symptom. People have a lot of GI stress when what you're describing yourself, by the way, the things you're describing, that's what this person that I've known for 6 years do. On top of that, though, they play a lot of video games at a very high level. They work as well. So the coincidences stack. At some point, it ceased to be coincidence. But the problem is, science is not there. Like I don't work in this field, so I can't tell you if these are real causal connections or not. I can tell you that they are corollary, as in they do happen very, very often together. When you were still sort of new in your job, first 2 years, you could experience stress in the morning. Now it's more or less gone. You have a routine where the first thing you do when you arrive is say, greet all your colleagues that are there physically that day. That is absolutely wonderful. There was another thing, by the way, another great study. Sorry, I don't have the citation for this. I saw it. I saw an essay on this. So this is a summary of a summary, like a summary of of an article. But they did a study, a blind study about giving compliments. Like, what is the? Oh, it might have been a SciShow episode actually. The study covered how to elevate one's like satisfaction without like the most readily available source of raising satisfaction, like perceived satisfaction, and that can be tied to experiencing good stress versus bad stress or no stress at all, and that is compliments. And it turned out that not only is you would kind of think intuitively when you compliment someone, right? The person being complimented is likely the one to receive a spike in satisfaction, and which would induce neurochemical signals, right? By extension, correlation, right? Turns out the study was most eye-opening, or is learned that the person giving the compliment in this day and age, so we're talking about this societal day and age, it might not be true in the past because society around the world might have a different shift, but the group that they have, I'm pretty sure this was in American studies, so you also have to take in cultural aspects. But the person who was complimenting had an arguably equivalent, if not higher, increase in satisfaction. So there's this like talk about like when you greet people, greeting people comes with that similar endorphins, like the satisfaction, and it's mutual too. So whenever you're that person, you're like, what is the point of going around and doing your rounds, like a boss, for example, like you're a manager, you go around saying hi, asking how are you, like pleasantries, right? Well, a lot of times nowadays pleasantries have fallen so far off that pleasantries don't even get reciprocated or getting even processed. Well, in this study, it demonstrates that there's an incentive for pleasantries for the person doing it. So I don't know if that's also the twinge of why people say hi and then, way in the beginning, people say hi and they just leave without hearing the response. But it could be a functional consequence, a response to do so inherently, because it has some sort of foundation in neurochemical signals. So when you say hi and you don't even stay to say hi, at least it's a hi. But I'm a little bit cynical here. I'm going to be realistic. It could be more than that. I'm a little greedy here. When someone says hi, you didn't give me the chance to try to make you, to try at least to make you feel better or feel more important. So to me, while I might be saying it in a negative way, like, oh, they said hi and they don't even want to hear me say hi back, my first thought is it's more like I don't have the opportunity to make that hi worth even more. I'm not going to just say hi back. I'm going to ask you a question, or at least I'm going to try to ask you a question. And the idea is you're raising the probability of this exchange to promote a heightened experience. And this might be true for this day and age in the United States or wherever they conducted the study. So grain of salt, but I still feel like if you're on the internet, when someone says hi, I'm like, can you tell me something that you're really proud of yesterday? Wait, hey, we haven't talked for like 3 months. Tell me something that was really cool that happened. And I kid you not, 9 out of 10 times, someone's gonna say, oh, nothing really special happened. I just kept busy. And okay, tell me more. Like, you said you're really busy, right? So that means things happened. I'm not gonna tell you if it's good or bad. I just want you to tell me something about you are really busy. And let's start there. And at some point, I'm gonna get to say, yo, that's a lot of things you did. That's pretty cool. Like, it looks like you did a lot of work. Great job. Like, I didn't do any work. I sit here and be unemployed, right? But I'm happy about that. I think you should be happy about some of the stuff that you're doing. That's the compliment, right? So the idea is it makes me feel good to also compliment someone else And that is the cheapest way. Like, they were people, the whole attraction of the essay, or the, maybe it was a SciShow episode, what, like, SciShow is a YouTube channel that was started by Hank Green. They do like scientific blips and summaries about certain fun questions that Patreon donators have. And one of them might have been this. It sounds provocative enough. What is the cheapest way to elevate your mood and also have it productive? Give a compliment. I'd like to add more to this. Give a compliment. Well, say hi. Ask them something about their time. Share something share something that's related to what they suggested. Compliment it. Compliment them on that thing. And repeat that. Tomorrow, the day after, whenever you see them. It's hard at first for someone who's not used to it, but it becomes easier, and it becomes a very consistent source of self-satisfaction, while also making it incredibly trivial to make other people feel better, even the slightest. And when you do that, in my opinion, eventually the people around you, you're just swarmed with a lot of people who are slightly happier, who may even want to be around you instead of, you know, somewhere else, wasting away, feeling bored and not interested in their own lives, right? They might even bring you into their life, and that would be swell. That would be really swell, right? I have this privilege a couple of times now. I still have this privilege with a lot of the people that I know. When I left high school, that's when things changed. I was a lot more like the person I'm describing hypothetically now, but I am, for all intents and purposes, the person I'm describing. It's a lot easier for me to describe something that I'm familiar with. I'm not describing a hypothetical person technically. More along describing what changed from that high school teenager that was withdrawn. I had a lot of other things like racial discrimination, not belonging, identity crisis, like thinking I'm an introvert. Actually, at some point, I thought I had multiple dissociative personality disorder, because I spend most of my time pretending to be things I'm not in order to fit in or not draw like discrimination or racial profiling. All of that stuff went out the window when life changed, right? I went to college. It was away from where I am. Everyone didn't know anything about each other. New standards were set. The rest was history. Now it's more like I greet them, and like the first thing I do is like, I know a lot about you, but am I correct about it? Let's go ask. Say hi to the person. Ask questions, because I'm genuinely interested in how accurate I am and how different this person is from my projection of the person. So regardless, when I say hi, I have follow-up questions. Like, I'm paying attention to what that person is. In this situation, when someone is like typing something, I hyper focus on what they're typing. Basically, they're like, of course, it's bound by language, right? You mentioned that English is a potential like work in progress, but your English is telling me a lot about the English that is work in progress. So my behavior is being adjusted to the idea that your English is kind of different from, you know, my friend's English and whatnot. And I think a lot of this is dealing with just being interested in these things. But it's a tough road to be interested, always interested. It can be very exhausting. So building up yourself is pretty goated. Also, solar panels on a wheelchair. I seriously, you could probably. I'm totally just selling this wheelchair solar panel. Like your wheels, you know, like the wheel cover could have solar panels on it. Come on, who hasn't thought about this? Hold up. Solar panel wheelchair. It's probably going to be an American corporation. Oh, okay, that's a little bit clunky. Okay, we have a company called Disability Horizons. Liberty electric power wheelchair with optional solar panel via an overhead solar companion solar panel. $7,000. Okay. All right. All right. That's a lot of money. Obviously, where there's a will, there's a way. But still, that's a pretty expensive premium. I don't actually know what the average cost of wheelchairs are in the United States. I'll probably learn about it. Like, that's what I'm gonna do tonight. Our conversation is very enlightening. You have taught me about a lot of things that I should really think about. Before, maybe 3 years ago, you will go buy solar brands right now. Before I met a colorblind person. Like maybe 15 years ago, I met my first colorblind person, and my life has changed since. Like whenever I think about artwork, and I think about like video games and user interface and writing and stuff, I often think like, okay, maybe I should consider balancing this out. So my color theory, the way that I think about color theory and balancing colors and perspective and edge, is often also taking into consideration color blindness, because I just happen to have met 2 or 3 people who are colorblind, or partially colorblind. They're obviously all males because colorblindness is more common in males, and that's the stuff. Now I'm gonna think about wheelchairs all evening, and I really thank you for that. I don't actually have a really close person who has these things, but hear me out. It can be very useful because my father has mobility limitations. So does my mother. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I will have to answer this question in the future. So, you find use cases for these. I might be able to like be interested in wheelchairs early, so then I know like what to do later. I can't tell you how often I say this to my parents. Whenever my parents like ask me for something, like I have to do something, um, usually I know something about it because I interact with older people when I was younger quite a lot. So most of the time, the stuff that happens that they complain about or things like that, I find interest in them so that I know that when my parents encounter those things, I'll be ready for it. Not because I'm preparing for the worst, more so that I'm genuinely interested. So then I don't have to make an effort to learn something. Here's one that I share all the time. I'm the guy who deals with customer service. Like in my family, when someone asks me to do, like when things are getting done, the person who's making the calls, who like quote unquote communicate with customer service, it's me. And the last 3 times I called customer service, I talked to them about what they're doing in the day. Like I talked to them about their day before we did the thing. So when like they're like waiting, it's like, oh, please hold on. It's like, okay, no worries. Like I hope things are going pretty well. Like I'm not too busy, right? It's that time of year possibly. So you start saying these pleasantries that makes it so that at least I get something out of it and they also get something out of it. So even the worst times, I still remember one time I called a customer service and it was pretty clear. It was by the way, it was an emergency. So it was during a holiday. They were clearly at home having a barbecue because you could hear their children and you can hear someone yelling about like food, right? Like food's ready. And so, we're in this situation. It's like, oh, I hope like I'm not interrupting anything because it sounds like you're remotely answering customer service questions, right? Hopefully you have time to spend the holidays with your family. I imagine you're having a barbecue or something. I just heard, hope the Burgers are good because I just heard someone call out for burgers. So that's how I go about it. Like customer service, no problem. It just means talking to another human being. At least I think. Sometimes you talk to robots. That's fine. Answering machines are pretty convenient. I do understand. Like I can't, if I had $1 for anyone who chooses to talk to a human being versus an answer machine or an automated service, I would say I would lose the bet 9 out of 10 times. 90% of the time, someone would rather choose to interact with an automated service. Makes sense. I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm suggesting that if you can interact with a customer service representative when you're talking to a human being, it's a great way to test how comfortable you are with talking to another person in a compromise situation. Because usually, talking to customer service, if you leave and both sides are really happy during customer service, oh man, you can knock it out of the park. Go into a room, into your colleague, like in your workplace, and you probably can light up everyone in the room. Like you can probably bring a smile to their face if you can do that during a customer service thing. Because usually customer service people, talking to customers is no problem for you. That's great. That's a great litmus test. When you're talking to customer service and you have no problems, like no visible problems, and it doesn't feel stressful for you. Yeah, there are a few things. Oh, talking to your mom on the phone is a bit more. Yeah. See, there are. I'm not saying like it's a solution for everything, but it's great training or opportunity to work on it. And I think talking to strangers online is a great way too. I know that might sound like strangers are now the guinea pigs, but trying your best is trying your best. You're not like half efforting it. So that is still trying your best. You got to start somewhere. There's a difference between treating people with less respect and value by trying less than you can versus trying your best because you're always working on it. Right? And customer service is definitely one of them. You're in a mutually compromised situation. The customer service person is always going to be addressing problems, right? And you have a problem. So the vast majority of interactions with customer service is going to be negative. It's likely. It's very highly probable. So change that. I think that gives me a great sense of reward, regardless if millions of others will change that customer service mind in general. At least it's not me. And that's what I think about when I pick up the phone and talk to someone. In fact, most of the time when I get an automated service, I hit 0 right away. Because usually 0 in the United States is to speak to a customer service representative. So instead of going through like the whole menu system, I simply just hit 0. And you might be thinking, oh, but then there's like 3 or 4 hour wait time. In the United States, when there's an automated service, generally there is little to no wait time for the customer service because most people would prefer to use the automated service. When you're calling like a doctor's office or something where the only way to respond is the secretary or something, then there'll be a long wait. There wouldn't even be an option to speak to a customer service rep. So the quickest way, like ironically, very ironically nowadays, or counterintuitive, the quickest way to get something done is to speak to a customer service rep when there's an automated system. Because most people are doing that now as opposed to that. In fact, nowadays in the United States, you have like assistants, like AI assistants that would do the talking for you. So that's even weirder. Like I don't know how customer service reps feel about talking to automated things in the reverse. It's kind of like they'll never escape spam calling or something like that. They're human too, Talking to your mom, huh? This is the first time you voluntarily mentioned your parent, like one of your parents. That's interesting. All right. Yeah. Now we got this.
深亮
Oh, quantity. My bad.
先
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm just pacing myself. I have a lot of things to say, but I think we shared a lot today. Also, don't want to hold up your sleep schedule as well. I think it's mutually acceptable between me and 2 or 3 people that basically our sleep hygiene goes out the window when we start talking.
连环
连环漫画，
连环 a chain or serial. You'll go to sleep now and you can focus on tasks. Starting to get a little tired, 5 a.m., but had been a very nice. It has been a pleasure. It has been a pleasure. Hopefully you get some great sleep. Do something super interesting. If I don't hear from you, no obligations. If you come back like a month later or 2 months later, I would love to hear what you did during those months. That would be awesome. Like, hit me with those hot takes, you know? Hit me with things you think like, oh, did you know? I probably won't. Like challenge. It would be a fun challenge to yourself to come back with a list of things that like try to challenge me to see if I do know these things, because I don't know a lot of things, especially when it comes to not living a life like yours. Yeah. So until then, it was a pleasure. Thank you for conversing. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you're getting a usual sleep. I don't know when you work, but 5 a.m. seems a little late. I guess it's the weekend, right? I'm not sure if you work on weekends. Mouth and tombstone. I thought this was like to the side. 这是我们固定的办法。固定. It almost seems like it's supposed to be like decision or something, or decided. Like prepared. Regular. Ooh. Ooh is solid. Solid. Fixed. Yeah, prepared. I mean, it's good enough, but I forgot gu. Gu's interpretation. You assume you will be back sometime. You're on Twitch. Thanks. On Twitch a few times a week. You only work weekdays. Ah, okay, 9 to 17. But you're used to being late to bed in when the weekends. Fair enough. Good night. Good night. Oyasumi nasai. Oyasumi nasai. All right. Two buckets. Spray. Maybe.
Man.
It was man. Man. Got it. Okay. So solid. What? My gut feeling failed.
平常
这种事很平常。
Regular, ordinary. Okay. Hemp is a type of weed. That's why I typed weed.
食物，
我需要更多食物。
Okay, I am at a loss for the why. It's the umbrella. I keep thinking it's like it's a Frodo thing. Oh, this is being used as something else. It's not a key. It's probably a saw or something. Feather, umbrella, hair. Nope. What incarnation is this? YOLO?
胸，
Okay. Oops.
号码，
你的电话号码几号？
前戏，
今晚是婚礼前夕。
What? I thought this was oh no, it's not. How do I know Xiong without knowing the what is
是，冷淡，
他的态度有些冷淡。
done? Oh, like indifferent.
降，
That is Saul, right?
粗心，
工作时不要粗心。
粗心 like worry, concern. Oh, careless. Oh yeah, cold. And coarse, heartless. It's the other way around. Yeah. Fine. Thought this was this New Year's? The night before? The evening before? I thought it was New Year's Eve, but... Oh, is it just Eve? It might be just like plain Eve. It doesn't have to be. Oh no. I remember you, and now it's gone. Wait. Ah, I thought I was fine. Yeah, it's just any Eve. How does this work again? Embrace. Complain, right? That's not fool. Like, this is true. And then... Dang it! Ah. Ah.
怨气，
他对老板满腹怨气。
Oh, you heckin' lay.
眼泪，
他努力地忍住眼泪。
Or... Tears. Sorry, tears. What?
"美
I don't remember the right one. "
致富，
他的商业计划很可能会致富。
What? Like rich? Or like important, filled with value? Okay, it is still rich. Okay. Yeah, deliver, right? True. Yeah. You're wealthy. Okay. Like it has value. It's becoming like it's of wealth. Okay.
秀，
We gotta settle back in.
"飞跃，
科学的飞跃让生活更加便利。
We'll only be able to do one Inktober prompt tonight. It's fine.
焦土，
火灾让森林变成焦土。
Ah! I forgot the earth part. So what happened here? Xiong. Oh. That's why I thought of Xiong. What? Incarnation?
起诉，
我会起诉你。
What? Tell you? Notify is pretty okay. Right? What the heck am I looking at? What in the... I don't want to talk about it.
昌盛，
科技发展让社会更加昌盛。
连，
It's like bring up to oh my gosh. Oh yeah, it's Sue. It's fine. It's an aggressive one. Will be
决策，
我们必须尽快做出决策。
like
雨伞，
他没有带雨伞。
ooh, I don't remember the left thing. I'm trying. I'm trying.
养，甜点，
这家餐厅的甜点很有名。
审查，
政府需要审查这份报告。
存款，
我有一个存款户头。
容，
What the heck is something's not right here. Oops. No. What is going on? New inspiration? And somehow no. It's not that either. It feels like it's the bathroom. Nah, I don't got it. Yo. It's probably glue. Is it glue? It's heckin' glue. This isn't the first time. Glue makes sense. Lack of a better word, glue makes sense in this situation. Of course, it's heckin' glue.
屏障，
我们需要一个屏障来保护。
要，
What in the...
捕捉，
我想捕捉一只宝可梦。
Heck! Oh wait, that is the wrong location.
唱
This isn't great.
教
I don't like this. When I'm looking at it, it doesn't scream Jimmy Neutron to me. Uh, I can't. I don't know of anything really that much.
侧
Or that's just a show. Uh, I don't. I don't know what's going on.
节
Oh no, wait. This is just a booklet. It's all of those things though. So what's going on here? I thought that's oh. Oh, it could be Mon. No? Or wait. Oh, wait. No, that doesn't sound right. Oh,
仿冒品
购买仿冒品可能会违法。
heck? I don't actually know how. Oh, imitate. Right, right, right.
书柜
书柜放在客厅里，
稿酱 全
Ah! Oh, that's a trellis. Dang it! I keep not looking closely between cicada and trellis.
掏
Your what face?
党
It's a dodge. Wait, is it a dodge? Um.
灵感
艺术家需要灵感。
Why? Why is this so difficult? Hang on. Hang on. How is this not? Man. A vocabulary word escapes me. What? Oh, typo.
Lang.
It's another way. Oh, bright. I'm pretty sure that's gloomy or something like that. Hmm.
Hu.
What? Typo.
Ta. 关税。
政府提高了关税，
Topical.
政策。
这个政策旨在减少污染。
小。
Oh boy.
梁。长毛。
被杀死的怪物掉落了一只长毛。
The heck with this. Again, Chinese mild and dirt. Too difficult. I'm getting it confused with. Chinese mild is not great. I tell ya. Japanese. Let's go to Japanese. Still gives me the same conclusion. This is probably most disappointing. It's heckin' Mai? Oh, right. To bury. That's right. Newest one. Man, this one sucks. This was recent. So, this was recent. We're fine. Oh my gosh. Ugh.
买。
Oh, that's pouch.
鱼。
Heck.
税收。
今年税收很低，
What? What? Oh. It's... Ay, ay, ay. That left character is kicking my butt. But I thought that was block, but clearly it's not. No, all I can think about is yellow tree. Doesn't help.
横平短
What?
厉声
妈妈厉声叫了他的名字。
鞋
why am I drawing? No, I'm drawing a blank on such an obvious, F1. Yi. I actually have no idea how that's Yi anymore. Oh, heckin' healing. Doctor. Dang it. Ugh.
详尽
他们进行了详尽的调查。
How? What? It's 1? How's that 1? Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold up. Son of a dingus. Yeah, unfortunate. That sucks. There's no, I can't think of it. It's gloomy though. Wrong tone.
Fu.
Annoying. So annoying. I'm really annoyed. Heck.
屋顶。
屋顶上有一只猫。
Annoyed. Oh no, not again. Not the big turkey problem. Oh no. Ah. Oh wait.
勤奋。
他在学业上非常勤奋。
I swear this is... Oh, I'm getting these confused. I'm getting block confused. What is the difference between block? Yeah, we're getting below average now. Today is a below average day. What was block? It's fingers. Dang it. I can win files. Oh, that really grinds my gears.
佳节。
这个佳节是我最喜欢的时候。
寿。
Oops.
债。飞弹。
敌人向我们发射了一枚飞弹。
But this was so disappointing.
阴森。
森林里的氛围十分阴森。
醉。尊敬。
I don't know
他
what I
非常
typed
尊
the
敬
first
父
time.
母。
The heck? What the? What the heck?
平衡点，
找到你的平衡点可以让生活更轻松。
锅，炎热，
今天天气炎热，
I can bugle? What the heck would bugle and say? What? What the bugle? I have no idea anymore. That is so annoying. Dropping so many things.
奉献，
这本书是奉献给我弟弟的。
炸，
It's the same thing.
红，
We practiced that. This was super
医
disappointing.
疗，
医疗费用很高，
Treatment? Medicine. Dang it. I was doing a shortcut.
« 圆，公吨，
这块石头有1公吨重，
直径，
这个直径很大，
帽子，
我喜欢这顶帽子。
绕道，
这条路被封了，必须绕道。
视频，
你看过这个视频吗？
彩券，
他每周都会买彩券。
望，到，客户，
请问您是我们的新客户吗？
杀，
Heck. 唉
纲领，
他们制定了这个纲领。
Oh, whoops. Dang it. Dang it. I legit forgot what this is. Oh my. I can sure. And knowledge. Can't believe I forgot sure. It's very rare. Sure, there's so many sures, but usually they're all very identifiable. Yeah, today has been a bad day. We're up to 9 already. That's incredibly terrible. This is super below average. Falling off the horse here. It's not.
下，
Oh, it is Xia. And what the heck is. It is Xia. Oops, that's cool. Cool.
长，师傅，
师傅教我如何修理汽车。
鼓，循环，
血液在全身循环。
触，电风扇，
电风扇的声音很舒服。
画册，
一本中国画作的画册。
抵抗，
他们勇敢地抵抗了敌人。
长，静，搜索，
在我的记忆中搜索答案。
What incarnation? Oh. Really?
赏识，
我赏识他的才能。
Sure.
皇冠，
皇后戴着一顶华丽的皇冠。
喷泉，
这座喷泉晚上会发光。
Or is it the other way around? Spring fountain? Fountain spring? Is fountain? Fountain might be just, I think fountain is enough. What the deuce?
脾气，
他的脾气很坏。
Oh man.
海域，
中国希望控制南海海域。
佛，变迁，
随时代而变迁。
how is that? How does that happen? I wanna think about it. Can't seem to figure out what the right one. Oh my gosh, second 检查. My lord. I'm passing on this. Fine. Oh, package and moon. I thought this was... Oops. Is this not immediate? Oh no, it's not. What is going on? What is going on? Oh my gosh, it's heckin' Bao again. Heckin' placenta, dude. Okay, but I do have a new mix-up, which is immediate and G. What is G? I swear G has package in it too. Or maybe it doesn't. Was it G? It doesn't. That's postage. That's where I got the again package again. Where are we at? At 10. Well, placentas just sucks, but it's along with liver, guts, spleen. I think we just got a spleen once in a different context. What is Jingcha? Oh, I keep saying Jian. Oh my gosh, I've been mistyping that. Or skipping police off. Actually,
警察
我害怕警察。
I did forget the examine thing. And why? What is hanging up on this? Incense. Incense is hanging up. Because I only think of bunker. I lost incense. Now, why is that? What is bunker? Is bunker different? Bunker is different. That's why. Yeah. I made a mistake on incense. Should know police though. Somehow I thought of Jimmy Neutron, but I couldn't figure out why I keep thinking it was the pawn shop as opposed to the Englishman. Yeah, it's Salute. Salute is weak. It's so unique. There's not many things quite like it. No dice. Might as well just add this to the pile of garbage today. So many things today. Where did I lose it? Oh, I thought this was Xiang. What was Xiang? I was thinking Echo. Right. It's because the structure is similar, but not not the characters. All right. Bad day, bad day. A good day of conversation. All right. So triggered by today. The lesson today, anyways. Okay. These were yesterday's lesson, right? So I guess we just go over them again. Jung. Why? Bien. Dao. Che. Su. Jiang. And to expedite things a little bit here. To expedite, I'm just gonna write what they are. Disease or condition. Scrape. Worship. Island. Remove. Vegetarian. Accounts. All right. And Phaeton. Xian. 先锋 That's not it. 洪水 傲慢 拨款 坦白 标分 保锅 拨打 撑伞 炒饭 脚踏车 洪流，洪流。Okay, all right. Let's go over the laundry list of butts. Wait. That's not one of them, is it? Why did I write this? Oh, that's Jiao. I was actually thinking of Yi. Yi is I forgot what's to the left. I know it's this. Oh. Yi. Friendship. Cool. Ooh. Solid. Yo. My. Oh, heckin' my. Very. Yi. Oh my gosh. Yi. Honestly, I don't even remember the top. Oh wait, I do kind of. Yep. Is that Yi? Dang it, it's a heckin' missile. Weapon. Dang it. Yi, or doctor. It was, what was it? Yi Liao. Ying was a recurring problem before. Oh no. I don't remember what the top part is. Was it like sun? No, I think it's this. And then like that. Ying is negative. Let's double check. Oh, yes. Dong, I got mixed up. Oh, I even wrote it mixed up immediately. files. Sure is really disappointing. Probably the most disappointing of them. Easily most disappointing. No contest actually. Sure is the most disappointing. Bao, having practiced Bao and still not really connecting, this is arguably very disappointing. On the top. Organs will be organs though. And then Jing Cha, that takes the cake. How do I salute? I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, I'm missing the flowers. Cha. Well, some days you're on, most days you're on, right? And some days you're off. Alright, so that's a wrap to recover from our yesterday's thing. Today, I'm only going to do one prompt, unless I do it very quickly. We'll see. Alright, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. 2 long digression days in a row. Got a chance to meet someone pretty cool, another Norwegian. Had a bunch of discussions. Practice what I preach. Situation. That's a wrap for our HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, share. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero, give it a try for yourself. And let me know what you think. You're always welcome to stop on by, settle for a yap session. Right. Exchange anecdotes, stories, express each other, express and exchange ideas, keep each other motivated and interested in each other's lives or in your own life, right? Always welcome. So until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. We're gonna end the day with one prompt, one Inktober prompt. Do I feel great? We'll end with 2 Inktober prompts. So I'll be back. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit before I come back for that. Thank you.